All right, I believe we are now live.
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the first of our 2022 Environment and Natural Resources Joint Legislative Committee meetings. My name is Stacy Brenner. I'm the Senate Chair, and we are convened electronically this morning to complete our work. We have a number of things on our agenda. It's ambitious, but I'd like to start with introductions from committee members. So I'm going to go ahead around our virtual horseshoe and just call on you to introduce yourself. Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. We've reversed the alphabet today. I am Representative Paige Ziegler from Waldo County, District 96, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Dudera.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Vicki Dudera, represent Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport, which is District 94.
And Representative Gramlich.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
Representative Bloom.
Good morning. I'm Representative Lydia Bloom from York, Maine, House District 3.
Representative O'Connor.
Good morning. I'm Beth O'Connor. I represent the individuals of House District 5, which is Berwick and part North Berwick.
Senator Bennett.
Good morning, I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 14 towns in Western Maine, in the Lakes region and Oxford Hills, the Lakes and Hills region of Western Maine, including Cumberland and Oxford counties. Thank you.
And Senator Carney.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all again. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough.
And Representative Tucker, who is my co-chair.
Good morning. I'm one of the state representatives from Brunswick, House District 50. Thank you.
And we're also joined this morning by Marianne McMaster, who's our new clerk. We're delighted to have you. Marianne, thank you for your support. And then also by Dan Tartikoff, who is our analyst. I don't actually see Dan on our meeting.
Usually analysts don't have to attend a confirmation hearing.
Great. All right. Hopefully he's getting another cup of coffee. All right. So, and again, I'm Stacy Brenner. I'm the Senate Chair of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I represent all of Gorham, part of Buxton, and most of Scarborough in Senate District 30. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Erin Merrill of Belgrade, who's with us this morning, for appointment to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board. Welcome, Erin. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will listen, then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, who today is Joseph Boucher. Am I pronouncing that right? Butcher? How do you like to say it?
That is good.
What's your preferred pronunciation?
I say Boucher.
Boucher, excellent. The nominee and or other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, The chair recognizes Representative Tucker for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources recommend confirmation of Ms. Erin Merrill of Belgrade for the appointment to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board.
And I believe an electronic copy of the statutory requirements for the position has been made available to all committee members. And if not, we can have that sent along by Casey Milligan. The chair now recognizes Joseph Boucher for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Excuse me, Senator Brenner, I think we needed a second on that motion. Or if so, I second it.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative Bloom.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Joe Boucher, and I am the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the Governor to introduce Erin Merrill of Belgrade for appointment to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board. The board consists of 7 members, 4 citizen members appointed by the Governor, as well as the Commissioner of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and the coordinator of the Natural Areas Program. The fund helps fund critical wildlife and conservation
Mr. Boucher, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're having a problem with your audio.
Any better now?
Much better. Thank you very much.
Did you hear any of it, or should I start over?
I think starting over.
I think you should start over. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, distinguished members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Joe Boucher, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here on behalf of the Governor to introduce Erin Merrill of Belgrade for appointment to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board. The board consists of 7 members, 4 citizen members appointed by the Governor, in addition to the Commissioner of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and the coordinator of the Natural Areas Program. The Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund helps fund critical wildlife and conservation projects throughout Maine with the sole purpose of maintaining, improving, and expanding state and local natural resource conservation programs and associated compatible public uses. The fund's revenue is generated by an exclusive instant lottery ticket and must be expended in 4 general categories: conservation of fisheries, wildlife, and habitat, acquisition and management of public lands, parks, wildlife conservation areas, and outdoor recreation sites, conservation of endangered and threatened species, and natural resources law enforcement and protection of public health. Erin Merrill of Belgrade has been the Development Director of Educare Central Maine since 2015, that is in Waterville, and has held a similar position at Maine Public Broadcasting. She also serves on the board of directors for Main Street Skowhegan, Waterville Rotary, and the Mid-Maine Chamber of Commerce. While her professional work would make her a valuable addition to the board, it is her deep and abiding passion for the Maine outdoors and desire to foster that in others that led to this particular nomination. A longtime outdoorswoman, Erin serves on the executive board of the New England Outdoor Writers Association and as a fundraising consultant for the Maine Wildlife Conservation Council. In 2015, she co-founded Maine Women of the Outdoors and is now its president as well. It's a nonprofit designed to allow women and girls to obtain the knowledge and skills that will enhance their time in the outdoors. Erin Merrill's experience and love for Maine's natural areas would make her an excellent addition to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board. And on behalf of the Governor, I urge you to support her nomination. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you so much for your words this morning. Are there any questions from the committee at this time?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Not seeing any, the chair would now like to recognize Ms. Erin Merrill for the purposes of making a statement concerning her nomination.
Thank you. Good morning. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Erin Merrill. I'm here to say just a few words about my nomination to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board. And I want to share with you a little bit about why I'm interested in this position beyond what Joe read and what you read in the questionnaire. When I shot my first deer, my grandfather gave me his rifle. When I shot a deer deep in the snowy woods, he came with a tractor and he helped my dad and I get it out. 2 weeks ago, my grandfather passed away. In the hours that followed, we sat around sharing stories about years of hunting and random adventures that we had all shared in the woods. I want to help ensure that my kids and grandkids can have these same sorts of stories and talk about watching a fisher walk by while they sit in their deer stand, or be able to identify the type of feather that they found in the woods, or the excitement that they felt when a fish grabbed their fly, or understand how magical it is to be in the woods before sunrise and watch the whole world wake up around you. I was 20 when I started hunting with my dad. In that time, I have launched a website about my outdoor hunting adventures. I started writing for the Northwood Sporting Journal and Drury Outdoors. I have been involved with local organizations like the Maine Wildlife Conservation Council and international conservation organizations like Blood Origins. As Joe said, I did co-found an organization called Women of the Maine Outdoors, and we offer scholarships to women and girls that want to advance their knowledge. So it could be chainsaw safety, hiking, wilderness first aid, trapping, and we have had many women go on to become Maine registered guides because they were able to get a scholarship to attend guide prep courses. The significance of this position is not lost on me. My good friend, the late George Smith, worked to create this fund and be a part of this board for the first 10 years. George and I spoke a lot about Maine wildlife and what was going to happen for it to be conserved and protected for our children and grandchildren. I had the privilege of being there when he dedicated the 125-acre Ezra Smith Wildlife Conservation Area in Mount Vernon. As more people get outside, go hiking, hunting, fishing, and exploring the woods and waters in Maine, I'm excited to be a part of helping and conserving Maine's outdoors. I'm honored to be considered for this position and represent sportsmen and women on the board. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Erin. Are there any questions from committee members? All right, not seeing any at this time. We'll next move to anyone who is attending the hearing who is here and wishes to speak for or against this nomination. I'm going to promote Judy Camuso into our meeting. So once again, Judy, you will feel like you're going through the rabbit hole. All right. Okay, she should be popping in any minute now. All right, welcome.
Great, thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. I am Judy Camuso, Commissioner of Maine Fish and Wildlife. I also sit on the board of the Outdoor Heritage Fund and have for the past 3 years. And I'm here to provide support for the nomination of Erin Merrill to the board representing sportsmen and women of the state. I will say first, it was like going through the rabbit hole. Thank you, Senator, for alerting me to that because I've never joined that way before. So I was like, oh no, I've just been disconnected. Thank you for taking the time to consider Erin today and to hear some comments from me. I've known Erin since about 2013. And I can tell you she is a sincere advocate for the outdoors, for both sportsmen and women in the state, and for anybody interested in outdoor activity. She has, as you heard, a tremendous professional and personal background. I will share with you, which Erin did not, that she's one of the few people this year to actually hit a grand slam in the sporting world, which means she harvested a moose, a bear, a deer, and a turkey. It was quite a feat. So it's certainly, I think, a tribute to her dedication to outdoor activities. I will also share, for me, what's really important and impressive about Erin is her work to help promote women in the outdoors. And most of you may or may not know, women are actually quite a minority in our outdoor activities. So here at the department, one of my goals is to continue to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in all the things that we do. But I am regularly frustrated at the lack of participation by women in our activities. So to date, we have about, in fishing, about 22% of our license holders are women, and in hunting, less than 15% of our participants are women. And these are activities that are so valuable to people's mental health, spiritual health, physical health, and to the state's economy. And, one of my goals is to try and promote more participation in these activities. And so Erin has been a tremendous help and asset, particularly with her work in Women in Wildlife. And her blog, if you haven't seen it, Woods and Coffee, take a look at it. She does a great job promoting all things outdoors. And I am very pleased to be here to support her nomination today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time this morning. Any questions for Judy Camuso? All right, not seeing any. Thanks again. Is there anyone else in the attendee space who wishes to speak for or against the nomination? You'll want to raise your electronic hand. All right, not seeing any. This would mean that all public comment is concluded. And this means that the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources for Ms. Erin Merrill of Belgrade for appointment to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board is now closed. So in accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of this public hearing, unless the committee members who are present agree. At this time, the chair, which is me, will inquire whether or not any member present objects to proceeding to take a vote immediately if there is no objection. Any objection? All right, not seeing any. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources recommends to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Erin Merrill of Belgrade for appointment to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will now be taken by the yeas and nays. The vote of yes will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Great, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Senator Bennett.
With gratitude, yes.
Senator Bennett, yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Toole. Representative Toole, absent. Representative Bloom.
Yay.
Representative Bloom, yay. Representative Carney. Representative Carney, absent. Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Tucker, yes. Representative Hanley. Representative Hanley, absent. Representative O'Connor.
Yes.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh,
You're
Representative
missing a few.
Hanley.
Hold on
All right.
for a second, Marion. Actually, Representative Hanley did arrive.
Okay.
And so I think we just need to go back and give him an opportunity to
Certainly.
register his vote. Thanks.
Representative Hanley.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Hanley, yes. Representative O'Connor.
Yes.
Representative O'Connor, yes. Representative Gramlich.
Yay.
Representative Gramlich, yay. Representative Dondra.
Hi there, it's Dudera and
Dudera,
yes.
excuse me.
That's okay.
Yeah. And it's yes. Representative Bell.
Right.
Good morning. Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. And Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. 11 members voting in the affirmative. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 member absent.
Thank you, Marianne.
It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources that the nomination of Ms. Erin Merrill of Belgrade for appointment to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund Board be confirmed.
Thank you, Marianne. Congratulations, Erin. We're excited to
Congratulations.
welcome you to your position.
Thank you very much.
All right. So I am going to say goodbye to all of you and send you back through. You can continue to join us for the morning or head off to your other endeavors, but thanks for joining us. Okay. And I wanted to just take a quick moment to allow Representatives Bell and Hanley to introduce themselves before we proceed any further. So Representative Hanley, perhaps you can let everyone know who you are first.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Senator. My apologies for being late. I had got tangled up in something I wasn't expecting. So I'm Jeff Hanley from Pittston. I represent District 87, which is Alna, Pittston, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
Well, it's good to see you. We're glad you were able to join us. And Representative Bell.
Good morning. I am not going to apologize for being late. I was here, but I just couldn't get in. I wasn't allowed in or something. I don't know what happened. Anyways, it's good to be here. Art Bell. I represent House District 47, which is Yarmouth, Chesapeake, and Long Island. And it's good to see everyone.
Good to see you as well. I think we're all dusting off our mice, right? Getting back into our Zoom world. All right, and next up we have the GEA review of the Saco River Corridor Commission. Let's see, Dan, can you remind me who I'm promoting in?
I just promoted her.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sure.
And Dan, we did introduce you before you arrived, but would you like to say hello?
Sure. Hi, Dan Tartikoff. I'm with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis, and I'm the analyst for the committee. And I'll disappear now.
Ellen Hauser, welcome. It's good to see you this morning.
Nice to see you too. Thanks so much for having me.
And we'll pass it on over to you to go ahead and get started with your report.
Okay, great. So I'm going to share my screen with everyone. Let's see here. Okay, so looks like I may, Dan, do you think that you could share my presentation? It looks like it's not allowing me to share.
Let's see. I'm trying to open it. It's just,
Oh wait, here we go. It looks like this might work. Aha, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Great. All right. Okay. Well, everyone, my name's Dallin Hauser. I'm the Executive Director for the Sauk River Corridor Commission. Thanks so much for having me. Again, it's an honor to be here to present on the Commission's programs. In 1973, the legislature established the Sauk River Corridor Act to regulate land and water use, finding that the Saco, Ossipee, and Little Ossipee rivers are largely unspoiled by intensive or poorly planned development, that existing water quality on the rivers is extremely high, and their associated wetlands constitute an important source of drinking water, support large and diverse aquatic populations, and are heavily used for fishing, swimming, canoeing, camping, and other forms of outdoor recreation. It is the purpose of this chapter to preserve existing water quality and to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare by creating the Saco River Corridor. The Commission has three main organizational units: the Water Quality Monitoring Program, the Environmental Education Program, and the Land Use Regulatory Program, whereby several committees work, such as the Rules Committee, which preliminarily reviews applications before presentation to the full commission, the Executive Committee dealing with executive functions of the commission, the Financial Committee, Finance Committee dealing with finances, and the Regulatory Review Committee, which works on proposed rulemaking changes to the commission's performance standards for presentation to the full commission. The corridor includes the Saco, Ossipee, and Little Ossipee rivers and 20 towns along these rivers. Each town has the opportunity to elect 2 commission members to represent their interests in the corridor and development in the corridor. The commission currently has 33 commission members on the board. Every town on the corridor is represented, illustrating how much people really appreciate the ability to participate in development in the corridor. The priorities of the Land Use Regulatory Program include to ensure the quality of reservoir drinking water, to ensure the visually scenic character and tourist economy of the corridor, to ensure each town has the information necessary to make informed decisions, and to ensure, conserve, and protect the unique and exceptional natural resources of the corridor. Most forms of development in the corridor require a permit, and the average permits issued in 2014 to 2018, or the mean permits, was 60 permits. In 2020, 99 permits were issued. And in 2021, 124 permits issued in the corridor, indicating an increase in development in the corridor. When an application is submitted to the commission for review, a series of events occurs to carry out a comprehensive review of that application. Each applicant must submit an application, a site plan, such as demonstrated in the right hand corner of this slide, or a survey, a site plan or survey, notice of intent to file, where all abutters within 500 feet of the project are notified of the project, an HHE 200 or a septic design, a deed, and other necessary information as requested by the commission. A permit order is in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Site visit pictures from John Bolin, the compliance evaluator for the commission, conducting a site visit of this application for a subdivision, are also on the screen. And the commission can issue limiting conditions if there are environmental concerns, such as on this permit, due to the soil permeability, the commission required that all septic systems be shallow and within the B horizon layer to avoid any potential contamination to the groundwater table on the permit. This is another example of an application reviewed by the commission through the permit process for a solar project in Parsons Field. A permit order and a site plan are included, as well as site visit pictures and notes from a commissioner. As you can see, there's a large number of commissioners and concerned citizens on this site walk, also illustrating how much value is placed on the ability to participate in the corridor's programs. Similarly, the commission reviewed an application on Saco Island East for the Waters project, in 2018. And to meet its standards, the commission required shorter buildings, additional trees, other improvements, and a public walk for Saco citizens. The commission received 40 letters of public comment on the project and held a public site walk to allow public participation. There are site visit pictures that show the number of people that showed up to the site walk and were concerned about this project. There's also a visual rendering of the project provided by the applicant. And the overall outcome of the SRCC's review on this project was that before withdrawal, the waters plan left hundreds of existing trees, decreased the marina and building heights, and lessened the negative environmental impacts on the estuary's fishing, boating, and recreational activities. And in May 2021, the commission reviewed another permit application from a different applicant for Saco Island East. The site plan shows that the SRCC required increases in the number of trees, ensuring adequate vegetative coverage for water quality protection. The SRCC also required the development of a vegetative management plan with the York County Soil and Water Conservation District to limit negative environmental impacts to the Saco River estuary, a diverse ecosystem with many species of birds, fish, and plants. The commission does work to resolve any violations of the Saco River Corridor Act by working specifically in collaboration with towns and the Maine DEP to resolve these violations. The commission prefers to work to resolve the remediation over issuing fines. Fines are really only reserved for egregious violations or violators that are not forthcoming to resolve the violation. Violations of the act can include any increase to erosion or sedimentation or impacts to water quality. Okay, and so the commission also can use both the water quality monitoring program and the land use regulatory program combined to reach resolutions of land use planning issues. So downriver of the Robinson Mill complex, the SRCC samples for E. coli, and the E. coli levels seem to indicate a higher level of E. coli than is typical. And that, along with an ongoing issue involving the Robinson Mill complex overboard discharge system that has been in use for years, the SRCC was able to use the land use program and water quality data together to help foster a resolution of this long-term issue and to prevent any potential impacts to water quality and the town's drinking water supply. The water quality monitoring program has the priorities to generally characterize water quality and gather baseline data, understand the general condition of water in each designated area of the river, test to determine if degraded water quality exists, decide what further testing actions or further investigation is needed to diagnose and solve problems, or broaden the understanding of water quality in the community through outreach and education. The SRCC sampling program includes sampling from May through September on a bi-weekly schedule at 37 sample sites along the Saco, Ossipee, and Little Ossipee rivers. Staff and volunteers sampled for dissolved oxygen, temperature, pH, conductivity, alkalinity, nitrogen, total phosphorus, orthophosphates, and ammonium along these rivers. The proposed sampling schedule for 2022 is on the left. You can see the new sites in green highlighted in the last column, as well as proposed changes for additional parameters to be monitored in this coming season. The site map on the right also indicates water quality sites. In 2021, the SRCC did move grab sample analysis to the New Hampshire's Water Resources Research Center, allowing us to continue expanding the program, sample for more nutrient parameters, and increase sampling frequency. The SRCC partners with the Green Mountain Conservation Group in the water quality program, and the program has a joint QAP or quality assurance project plan that's approved by the Maine DEP, New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, and the US EPA. The QUAP includes quality control protections and protocols and requirements for training volunteers, such as training sessions in the field. Annual information sessions are held every year. Together, the programs have over 30 volunteers sampling over 60 sample sites in 2 states and 1 watershed. The SRCC also has what we like to call the swimmability program in effect every season, where the SRCC samples for E. coli levels and Enterococcus levels at popular recreation, swimming, fishing, canoeing sites in order to ensure public safety. So last season, the SRCC sampled at 7 sites in the corridor weekly for E. coli levels. The intended number of sites this coming season is 10 sites, with additions such as the Bonnie Eagle Recreational Center area. And sites that are sampled weekly include sites such as Rotary Park in Biddeford, which is a large city park with athletic fields and a public beach, Weston's Beach, Canal Bridge Beach, Swans Falls, and Walker's Bridge Landing, which are all sites along the Saco River that are highly trafficked and popular put-in sites for tubers and boaters in the summer. When E. coli levels exceed safe levels, the SRCC notifies the town immediately so they can post an advisory warning or close the beach. The SRCC then goes out immediately to resample the site until levels have receded to safe levels and the town is notified. This last season, there were 14 occasions where E. coli levels exceeded state threshold standards, showing that the program is important. The SRCC is applying for a grant this spring for equipment to help to determine the source of the E. coli. Thanks to a grant from the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund this year, the SRCC will purchase advanced lab equipment, the IDEX Call Alert Tray system, in order to analyze E. coli samples in-house instead of through a lab. This equipment will allow the SRCC to greatly increase sampling of E. coli, allowing for tributary monitoring and monitoring for E. coli at most sample sites in the corridor. The equipment will also allow the SRCC autonomy over our sample results, leading to faster rapid responses when rapid response sampling when sampling for E. coli or Enterococcus levels that exceed safe levels. Results are obtained within 24 hours with this equipment. So the SRCC would no longer be constrained by the lab timeframe for results. In 2020, thanks to another grant from the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund, FBE analyzed all SRCC water quality data, including over 52 sample sites for significant improving or degrading water quality trends from 2001 to 2020. The report is broken down into river segments, including the Little Ossipee, the Upper Saco River region, the Lower Saco freshwater region, and the lower tidal portion of the Saco River. There were several significant trends identified in this report. An example of an analysis performed for all parameters is shown in this figure that shows the parameter at each site along with the median values and the water classification that applies in that particular situation. Another example of analysis conducted, the Mann-Kendall trend analysis showed that 6 sites had significant increasing trends or degrading water quality and temperature. These sites are noted in table 4. Significant degrading water quality trends or increasing acidity and pH are noted in table 3. And these analyses were performed for all collected SRCC data from 2001 to 2020. This report will be released to all corridor towns and is now available on our website. We just completed the report. The environmental education program prioritizes working with community members to promote environmental awareness and foster stewardship of our land and water resources in the corridor. The SRCC finalized new ESRI ArcGIS maps in 2019 that include the SRCC jurisdictional areas, FEMA floodplain maps, tax map parcels, and other relevant layers. You can see on this slide the old paper maps that were replaced by the new digital maps. And when this process occurred, the commission held workshops on the new digital maps for every corridor town, inviting select boards, planning boards, code enforcement officers, and interested citizens to participate in the process. The maps also include the water quality sampling sites. The maps are used by the commission, towns, and applicants in land use planning process. The maps include FEMA flood layers, and this is for a good reason, as you can see in these photos. It is not allowable to build a new home in the corridor in the floodplain, and we can see why. Every year, the SRCC provides an analysis of every parameter sampled at every site. So this is an example of the analysis for one site that looks for increasing or decreasing trends in water quality. An issue with orthophosphates was identified in Leamington off Hardscrabble Road, which will continue to be monitored. Similarly, this is another report of S28 across from Homestead Campground that similarly had an orthophosphate issue. And these results are provided to the towns every year and are available on the SRCC website. The annual reports include recommendations to improve water quality based on sample results, as well as parameters that are approaching or exceeding threshold levels. The chart on the right of this screen includes such parameters identified in 2021 and include recommendations for additional sampling based on the identified concern that the SRCC will continue to monitor. The SRCC is working with RCAP Solutions through a grant to develop a visual representation of increasing or decreasing water quality trends on our digital maps. This map is currently in development, but red arrows indicate decreasing trends or degrading trends in water quality. Green upward arrows indicate improving water quality trends, and the different colored circles represent different parameters. So the idea with these maps would be to have an interactive educational tool to really engage the user in water quality concerns in their town. We are currently working to develop a story map along with these maps. So if you were to click on, for instance, one of these parameters, Moose Pond Brook 22, which shows an increasing trend in dissolved oxygen saturation, you would also get a picture of the site along with relevant site information, coordinates, and any other relevant trends related to that site. So another part of this is that we are working to develop a swimmability dashboard so that all sites monitored for E. coli at popular recreational areas would be listed on this map along with any contamination advisories at that site due to E. coli levels that have exceeded state threshold standards. The SRCC highly prioritizes working with students in our area to help foster good environmental stewardship for our future. And the commission did run a program with Sockeye Valley Middle School for 2 years, working with students in water quality sampling. And they did provide a presentation on their findings to the community. We have participated in the University of Maine Sustainability and Water Conference several years. The commission collaborates with a wide array of agencies, all working towards the collective goal of preserving the exceptional and unique natural resources of the Saco River corridor. And the commission is working on changes to the commission's performance standards. Chapter 102 and Chapter 107 were revised in 2019 through the Maine Administrative Procedure Act process. The Regulatory Review Committee is currently working to revise 4 performance standards and is working with the Office of the Attorney General to ensure that these standards align with all other relevant state standards. And in conclusion, thank you so much for your time and support of the Commission's programs. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has.
Thank you so much for your report. I believe Representative Bloom has a question to get us started, and I'm going to end our screen sharing if I can. Let's see. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Representative Bloom.
Thank you very much, Senator. I was very impressed with that presentation. I felt it was so comprehensive, and I had all these. I was writing down a couple of questions about citizen scientists and relationships with RPOs, and all those questions were answered by the end of the presentation. I'm very impressed with all that you're doing, and I hope that you continue on, especially with the citizen scientists. I think that sounds very exciting, and having that laboratory that you can actually do the work in, that's going to be great for citizens as well to learn about. So it's very exciting and very comprehensive. I'm very impressed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Bell.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you again. I agree with Lydia. That was a very comprehensive presentation, and thank you for that. One quick question. I got 4 inches of water in my basement on October 30th when we had that 6-inch rain event. And then I picked up the newspaper the next morning, Sunday's paper on Halloween day, and they said that the Riverwalk in Biddeford had part of it had washed away because of the torrent of rain that came down. And I'm just curious, what's going on? I haven't paid attention to see, is it being rebuilt, or how did that affect the river or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely. They are looking to rebuild the Riverwalk, but they have actually stabilized the bank, which was the main concern. The bank collapsed. And with the stack there, that the cell phone tower stack there, it was a concern if the bank wasn't stabilized that could even potentially move. So they did get the bank stabilized and got all the permits from the Army Corps of Engineers, the SRCC, the DEP, and they are looking to basically, they may have already actually assessed this, but they're going to put up a copper dam, dry out the area, assess why the wall failed in the first place, and they're looking to repair it as soon as possible.
Wow. Okay, thank you. So on that subject, I've been active in my little community here in Yarmouth. We have a river with a couple of dams on it, and we've been trying to restore the health of the river by either providing fish passage or perhaps even go as far as removing dams. And I know that the Saco River has as many as maybe a dozen dams still active on the Saco River. And I was wondering, how do those dams, how do you interact with the owners of those dams, and how do you hold them accountable for any degradation of the quality of the water and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we basically interact with these dam operators whenever they need to maintain the dam or do any sort of operations to the dam. They need to apply for a permit from the commission. And through the permit process, we're able to institute limiting conditions so that any harmful environmental impacts are minimized. So we do work quite a bit with dam operators and get many permit applications for dam operations.
And I know there's an outfit, and I don't have the name in front of me, but it's one of those salmon restoration outfits, and those guys are active on the Saco River as well, trying to restore salmon runs. And I know they're working hard they have a hatchery, I think, and they're doing all that kind of stuff. How do you guys interact with those folks?
Yeah, so we also have good working relationships. The Saco Salmon Restoration and Hatchery Alliance. It's a little bit of a mouthful, but we've been to their headquarters several times, and are kept involved in what they're working on. Many commissioners volunteer for that group when they're going out to restock salmon fish eggs in the upper reaches of the Saco to try to reestablish the salmon population. So we work very closely with pretty much most groups involved in any sort of restoration efforts in the Saco.
Last question, and I know that the Saco River headwaters are way over in New Hampshire. And how does your commission interact with the fact that the river actually starts in New Hampshire and yeah?
That's a great question too. So in several ways, a lot of people forget that, you know, it's not just the state of Maine that benefits from the Saco River, and that it starts in New Hampshire. And just because there's a state boundary, water doesn't know any boundaries. So that's something some people don't always recognize. But by working with Green Mountain Conservation Group, who monitors the source waters and headwaters of the Saco, we're able to keep an eye on the water quality of the source waters of the rivers. And also we work with several agencies in New Hampshire. We work with a collaborative agency called the Saco Headwaters Alliance that has a great deal of different actors, such as the Natural Resources Council and the NHDES and many other nonprofits and actors like that have quarterly meetings. So we have commissioners that are on that group, and by interacting with all of these organizations on a regular basis throughout the year, we're able to keep in touch with the happenings and issues around water quality in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Tucker.
Yes, I'd like to know whether a developer, in addition to meeting the rules and regulations of the Saco River Corridor Commission, also must meet other state or town regulations at the same time.
Absolutely, absolutely. So in the Saco River Corridor Act, it directly states that all local, state, and federal standards must also be met. And if there is ever a conflict between two standards, like the town standard and the Saco River Corridor Commission standards, the stricter standard always prevails. And the commission does make a very strong effort to communicate with all towns in advance of all applications for development. So for instance, a complete digital file of all application materials is sent to the town select board, planning board, code enforcement office in advance of the commission review, so that if there are any concerns on the town level, they can communicate to the commission about those. And we work very, very closely with the towns on these applications.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say a thank you to Dallin and the Corridor Commission. I represent Freiburg in Denmark, Brownfield and Hiram, and so the corridor is really important in my district. I read your report with interest. There's a lot of great information there, and I wanted to say thank you for being responsive to the questions that I posed earlier in written form, and thank you for your good work.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions or comments from the committee? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you. That was a very good presentation. Is anything that needs to be changed in the commission's charter? Are you satisfied with the way it's operating?
Yes, absolutely. I think the commission is satisfied with the way it's operating. We are working to change some of the performance standards right now, just to better align with certain aspects of shoreland zoning and state standards, but I believe the commission is very satisfied.
Okay, so there's no changes you want the legislature to look at?
Not at this time, no.
All right, any other committee questions? All right, I think with that, we will close our report from Dallin Hauser. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always nice to see you, and appreciate your informative presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, so next up this morning Yes, Representative Tucker.
Dan probably can help us out, but I don't think we need to take any action. And I certainly see no reason to bring the Saco River Commission back to us. So I'd just like to know what happens now. Should we send them a letter thanking them for the presentation and that's the end of it? Or do we need to take any further action?
So the process under the GEA provides that the committee is going to make a recommendation to the full legislature as a result of the review. And it sounds like, based on the feedback you received and the conversation I've heard so far, that recommendation may be that no additional changes to the underlying statute for the SRCC are required. There's a form letter to that extent that I can provide to all of you, and that letter itself would end up going on the next legislative calendar, and then that would be accepted in the normal course as any committee communication, and we would send a copy of that to the SRCC, and that would end the review. Typically, when a committee makes a recommendation on a review, there's a vote taken to make sure everyone's on board with that approach. So if you were prepared to do that today, right now, we could certainly take care of that, or we could, I could send you a copy of the letter and you could take it up at a later meeting.
I'd like to move that we accept the report, congratulate the commission, and forward a letter to the legislature.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And do we need a show of hands for this, or do we need a roll call?
It's up to you. I guess
Sure.
the important thing would be if it's not unanimous, then I probably need to take a vote.
All right, why don't we go ahead and do a show of hands? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, thanks everyone.
Thank
So
you so
I'll-
much for your support.
And I'll send you all a draft letter to review before we finalize it.
Wonderful, thank you, Dan. Okay, so Dallin, we'll go ahead and send you back into that attendee space. Have a great day.
Thank you so much again. Thank you all for your support.
All right, so next up on our schedule, we had a handful of carryover bills from last year. And so we've invited the sponsors of a handful of those bills to join us this morning for a brief update about the status of the bill and sort of the direction they're intending at this point. So I believe Senator Claxton is here, and I'll go ahead and bring him in. So hold on, Senator Claxton, we're moving you over. And he will give us an update on LD 676. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure to be here, Senator Brenner. Thank you. So shall I just begin?
Yeah, maybe give us a quick refresher on what LD 676, the intent of the bill, and then sort of where you're headed with it.
Thank you. And thank you to the committee for giving me a chance to update everybody on where things stand. LD 676 was initially intended to reclassify the Androscoggin River from a dam that runs between Turner and Auburn down to Merrymeeting Bay. From Class C to Class B, there was evidence that the river water had consistently met the standards. The problem we ran into, and the reason I think the committee agreed to carry this over, was that the classification from C to B carries some significant upstream impact in terms of effluent limitations. So the concern was that it might have negatively impacted the mills upstream in terms of what they could put into the river. even though most of them are still functioning below what they're authorized to do now. But there are a couple of outliers. So I think, so I was tasked with coming up with some other ideas. Thank you to Representative Tucker for a book that helped me understand how they were successful in the Penobscot for reclassification of the river. So since we last met, I've had a chance to talk with the mayor in Gorham, New Hampshire, the a point person for White Mountain, which is also in Gorham, and also somebody from Berlin. I've also talked with the folks from Jay and Rumford and the people downstream from Lewiston. The concern in Rumford remains that too strict a change for that whole stretch from C to B would have a negative impact on their mills. So what's emerged in our conversations, though, which also has included the DEP and correspondence with the Bureau of Environmental Protection, is that it looks like the department will be following the Bureau's recommendation that the river be classified from C to B below Lisbon Falls and the Warumbo Dam there. So I've been told they'll be submitting that as a bill. And the people who have been advocating for broader area think that's an important first step and are very comfortable with that approach for right now. Not everybody, but many. And so I think my inclination is to let the department, have the department go ahead and submit its own bill reclassifying a subsection of what we had initially intended, call it good and regard it as a big improvement. That would allow me to, that would allow this bill, which is technically still your bill, to be converted into an endorsement of a celebration of the Clean River, which happens to fall on the 50th anniversary of the Muskie Clean Water Act. And so a number of towns along the way have started to think about plan events along the river, starting in New Hampshire, because they were enthusiastic too. So my thought is to come back to you with an amendment that turns this into a resolve, endorsing all the work that's been done along the river and giving towns and mills along the way a chance to celebrate how much they've contributed to cleaning up the water.
Senator Claxton, I'm not sure if you were able to join us for that Saco River Corridor Commission report, but it's quite apropos to have you present us an update of your bill following that report. Are there any questions for Senator Claxton? All right, not seeing any. Thanks so much for the update. We will hold tight for the triennial water review report from the department and your amendment. Thank you.
And with your endorsement, I'll go ahead and pursue with ROS the amendment to make it into a resolve.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see everybody.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, first Monday. Take care.
Bye-bye. All right, and Representative Tucker, I believe you're intending to present on behalf of Representative Dunphy regarding LD 1429.
Yes. Representative Dunphy's bill would have implemented a number of the Climate Council's recommendations in various areas. It was a multi-committee bill that involved the jurisdictions of 5 different committees. And it had stuff for the Education Department, it had stuff for the Taxation Department, it had stuff for Transportation. And in discussions with Representative Dunphy, we decided that it really was too much for a short session. So I spoke with the governor's representatives from the Climate Council, or rather from the Office of Policy and Future, and We'd like to pare this bill down to a very simple statement, which would be to adopt as a statutory goal that Maine should reach carbon neutrality by 2045. This would simply be a statement of a goal. And this is the issue that basically underlies all of the more specific provisions that we don't have time to deal with in detail. I've asked the committee OPLA analyst to draft up a very short bill along those lines, and I plan to present that amendment at a work session on LD 1429 as early as we can find it convenient. That's it.
Are there any questions for Representative Tucker? All right.
This bill has already had its public hearing, but we should set it for a work session. If it appears that there is intensive interest and concern about it, we could perhaps have a second work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tucker. All right. And next up, Representative Bloom, can you go ahead and provide us an update for LD 1616?
Yes, at this time I'll be very brief. There's been lots of activity on this bill. This bill is an act to ensure that municipalities and multi-municipality regions of every size and capacity have guidance on climate adaptation and resilience strategies for policy implementation and investment decision support. Big title. The bill is being developed. We will hear more about that when on January 19th, we're having a review of the report on the resolve to analyze the impact of sea level rise. And in that report from the DEP, there is discussion of this bill and potential changes because there's overlap with 1572. So progress has been made. Dan Tartikoff has the information to begin writing this bill, and we'll hear more on the 19th.
Wonderful. So similar to Senator Claxton, we're awaiting a report that will define some of the parameters of what the committee might like to do going forward.
Well, yes, the report has been submitted to the committee already. So it's just that we're going to be having a formal discussion of the report, I believe, on the 19th. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay, yeah. And so then we can discuss further, and there may be some changes and additions and things like that, but it's actively being worked on right now.
Great. Thank you so much, Representative. Are there any questions for Representative Bloom regarding her update? All right, not seeing any. We had anticipated Representative Lyford joining us this morning for an update on LD 866, but I don't see him in the attendee space. Representative Hanley, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I spoke with Peter, Representative Lyford last week, and also with Jim Lebrecht, who was, the motivating force behind this. And Jim is going to be in Las Vegas for an international conference on this subject this week. And he said he's liable to have some really significant information for the bill on the second week of February. So he's asking that we hold it over and be ready for his information, and he'll deliver for it. So that's where it stands right now.
All right, so we will be patient and look forward to Representative Lyford presenting something to us on a later date, perhaps in February.
Yeah, and I believe the focus will be more towards the training and the mechanical application around refrigerants. The leaks are the problem, not the gas. And I think we're going to see some interesting material come out of this.
Right. And then I'm going to present an update on behalf of Representative Morales for LD 1532. Representative Morales has decided to drop her interest in her bill at this time. We did pass a bill. So just to refresh your memory, this is a bill that would have addressed emissions from petroleum storage tanks. The current plan is to allow for the process to unfold to collect data and information as a result of the legislation we passed last session with Senator Carney's help regarding tank emissions and data collection. So at this point, she's asking for an ought not to pass on 1532. Yes, Representative Tucker.
I'd like to see whether Representative Hanley might have a motion on this bill.
Yes, I make a motion not to pass on this bill that was before us right now in this discussion.
I second the motion.
I believe Dan's going to say that we need to move into a work session before we can take a motion and a second. Is that correct, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, I would take a motion. I would take a motion that we move into a work session.
I'll second that motion.
Lots of support there. Okay, so now we are officially in a work session for LD 1532. And Representative Hanley.
Yes, I would like to make a motion ought not to pass on LD 1532.
Is there a second?
Second.
Wonderful. Okay, so the question on the floor is a vote of ought not to pass for LD 1532. Marianne, I believe we're ready for you to call the vote.
All right. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Representative Toole. Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Hanley.
Yes.
Representative O'Connor.
Yes.
Representative Gremlich.
Yes.
Representative Dodera.
Yes.
Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
11 members present, 1 absent. The motion passes.
Thank you so much, Marianne. All right, and with that, we'll end the work session for 1532. And that actually concludes our updates for our carryover bills. What I'd like to do at this time is offer us a quick 5-minute break to refill coffee cups and tend to matters. And we'll group back up in about 5 minutes and we'll get started with our public hearings for this morning. Thank you. Okay, everyone. I want to just say good morning to our attendees who are joining us this morning, who missed the earlier part of our meeting. It's nice to see all your names in the attendee space. I want to remind you that we are assembled here electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation. So before we get started, I just want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic forum. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called on to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has been concluded. So when you are welcomed into the Zoom space to offer your testimony, we will have you raise hands to let us know that you're here to testify. When the time comes, we'll move you over. If it's your first time joining us, you might feel as if you're getting disconnected as you move from the attendee space into the panelist space. It takes a minute for your Zoom program to reorient and pop you up into our screen. And then you can take yourself off mute and show yourself on screen, choose video on, and then we'll all be together to receive your testimony. So we will ask again this year for everyone's patience as we navigate the electronic format, and looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say. So with that, we'll open up our first public hearing this morning on LD 1801, an act to modify exemptions for certain stormwater discharges to Class AA and SA waters. And this is a department bill. And I believe Brian Kavanaugh is here, and I've promoted him over to share, introduce the bill and share testimony. Yes, Representative Ziegler.
Yes, good morning. Actually, I was going to present the bill.
Oh, you are? Great. Perfect. Yes. Wonderful. So we'll start with you. My apologies.
Apologies accepted. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. My name is Stanley Page Ziegler, and I represent District 96, consisting of the towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont. I am writing to support LD 1801. My understanding from discussions with the department is that the bill will modify an existing exemption in state law from the discharge of stormwater to Class AA and Class SA waters. The bill is necessary as the current exemption was disapproved by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency as being too broad in scope. The bill proposes language that will narrow the scope of the exemption. The department developed the proposed language based on discussions with the EPA. I also understand the department has reached out to a variety of interested parties to inform them of the bill. My hope is that this bill will resolve this issue to the satisfaction of all. Brian Kavanaugh, the director of the Bureau of Water Quality, who you just mentioned is here, will testify for the department and can provide additional information to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Ziegler. Any questions for Representative Ziegler? All right, not seeing any. We'll recognize Brian Kavanaugh. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Great. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. I am Brian Kavanaugh. I'm the director for the Bureau of Water Quality at the Department of Environmental Protection. First, I'd like to say nice to be here to testify on the first bill that you're hearing this session. And I hope you all have a very enjoyable and productive session. So I am speaking in support of LD 1801. This is a department bill that the department has requested to solve what we view as a bit of a regulatory dilemma. In short, the bill narrows an existing exemption for discharges of stormwater to Class AA and Class A waters. As you may know, Class AA is the highest class for fresh waters, and Class SA is the highest class for marine waters. The direct discharge of pollutants to these waters is generally prohibited. However, the law does allow for certain limited exceptions to the discharge prohibition. In 1999, the Maine legislature enacted a law that allowed stormwater discharges that are in compliance with state and local requirements. However, in 2015, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, disapproved this exemption as part of a larger review of Maine's water quality standards that EPA had never formally acted on under their obligation to approve or deny Maine's water quality standards. EPA determined that Maine's exemption for certain stormwater discharges to be too broad. However, in their disapproval letter, EPA stated that Maine may remedy the disapproval by removing or narrowing the exemptions, and this bill does that. The department has worked with EPA over the past year to craft this bill in a manner that narrows the exemption in a way that ultimately would be approvable by EPA as a new water quality standard. Of the approximately 540 stormwater discharges statewide, there are relatively few discharges to Class AA or SA waters. However, there are approximately 10 entities that currently have discharges of stormwater to certain AA and SA waters. These include entities such as wood product manufacturers, boat yards, towns, and Maine DOT. These discharges generally existed prior to the waters being classified as AA or SA, or prior to the explicit regulation of stormwater discharges. EPA's disapproval of the current exemption creates regulatory uncertainty for these entities, and the bill is crafted to resolve this. The basis for EPA's disapproval was that under Maine law, all AA and SA waters are what's called outstanding national resources. Under the Clean Water Act, outstanding national resource waters are required to have the highest level of protection that strictly limits discharges. One of the ways the bill narrows the exemption is via Section 1 of the bill that provides the legislature with the authority to specify that certain waters that are Class AA or SA are not outstanding national resource waters. However, these waters would still retain their AA or SA classification, and all the AA and SA criteria would remain in effect. Sections 4 through 8 of the bill specify certain segments of AA and SA waters where the outstanding national resource designation would be removed. These segments are directly below existing stormwater discharges and are relatively small in relation to the overall water body, ranging from 1% to 16% of the total length or area. Sections 2 and 3 of the bill provide additional narrowing of the exemption by specifying certain criteria the discharge must meet to be allowed. In summary, the bill will address EPA's disapproval of existing law and resolve regulatory uncertainty for stormwater discharges to AA or SA waters, while still providing appropriate protection of water quality. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Representative Hanley has his hand up for a question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh, for clarifying that. Will these new regulations, are they going to produce any undue financial burden on any of these entities you're talking about?
No, the purpose of the bill is just really to craft some new language that allows the existing discharges to continue as they have under the exemption that was disapproved by EPA. So it's a way to recraft the existing exemption language so the discharges continue. It doesn't change the level of regulation on anyone.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to clarify that. So there's no new equipment or processes that are going to be put in place because of this?
No, the discharges I'm speaking of are already regulated. They're licensed entities, and their regulations come from the licenses that they currently have. And that wouldn't change.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. I noticed from the list of people who registered to testify on this particular bill that there were 11 people and groups all in favor of the bill. And nobody said they're against it. Nobody said they're neither for nor against. So my question to you is, are you aware of any entity or person who has voiced any objection to this idea as it's been worked out within the department?
No, and we did a lot of outreach on this. So I wanted to make sure that the people that are generally interested in water quality law knew about this up front and knew what it was about. So I did reach out to a variety of entities, National Resource Council of Maine, the Nature Conservancy, Maine Rivers, the Aroostook Band of Maliseet Indians, or Holton Band of Maliseet Indians, excuse me, Aroostook Band of Micmacs, and had good discussions with all of them. We worked through a variety of issues. There was a lot of questions, but at this point, I'm not aware of anyone that's opposed to it. And I also reached out to all of the entities that are currently discharging to AA or SA waters and explained the bill to them. And I expect that's why some of them have provided testimony. So at this point, I'm not aware of anyone that's opposed to it.
Thank you very much.
Any additional questions for the department via Brian Kavanaugh? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Nice to see you. I believe we'll see you again in a little bit.
Yes.
All right. If you're in the attendee space and you're here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand, that would be great. And we will be taking 3 minutes of testimony maximum per person. So I'm going to start at the top of my list here and move people over. Caitlin Bernard, you're first, and then Neil Goldberg, you'll come in next. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Let me get my screen set up here. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Caitlin Bernard, and I'm the Natural Resources Policy Advisor for the Nature Conservancy in Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in support of LD 1801, an act to modify exemptions for certain stormwater discharges to Class AA and SA waters. The Nature Conservancy is a nonprofit organization dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends. Guided by science, we create innovative, on-the-ground solutions to our world's toughest challenges so that nature and people can thrive together. We have been leading conservation in Maine for more than 60 years, and we're the 12th largest landowner in the state. We also work across Maine to restore rivers and streams, partner with fishermen in the Gulf of Maine, and develop innovative solutions to our changing climate. This bill, LD 1801, is a necessary step to correct an issue with current Maine law and the US EPA. We appreciate the Department of Environmental Protection's attention to this issue and efforts to work with the US EPA to align these important regulations. As Brian mentioned, current Maine law that was enacted in 1999 established an exemption for certain discharges, and this law was disapproved by the US EPA, and that brings us to where we are today. The Nature Conservancy was engaged in the triennial review process and recommended upgrades to several Maine water bodies. It is our understanding that the passage of LD 1801 would ease uncertainty and provide for a clearer regulatory framework under which to consider the upcoming water reclassification recommendations. The proposed bill will not substantially affect how the Maine DEP manages AA and SA waters, and specifically states that new or increased stormwater discharges are not authorized. The majority of Maine's AA and SA waters are in areas of the state with minimal development and significant conservation protections. Concentrations of AA waters are in places like Baxter State Park, Acadia National Park, along the St. John River, and in Western Maine, in many areas that TNC is also a conservation leader. Stormwater discharges are not likely to ever be a problem in these regions, especially since new development that would result in stormwater discharges is unlikely. LD 1801 will alleviate any concerns the US EPA might have about the state's management of stormwater in these waters and bring us into alignment. It will provide the legislature with the ability to distinguish between AA and SA classifications and the additional designation as outstanding national resource waters. TNC urges the committee to pass LD 1801 and thanks the Maine DEP for working diligently to solve this misalignment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Caitlin Bernard? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. And Neil Goldberg is next. Welcome, Neil.
Thank you, and hello, everybody. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony in support of LD 1801 on behalf of MMA. You may hear me say that a few times. Our LPC has not had the opportunity yet to formally establish a position on this. However, this is a bill that I do strongly feel that all of our municipalities will support. In speaking with the 3 communities that are going to be explicitly impacted by this legislation, they as well have expressed support for this. And I'd like to take this opportunity to actually thank the department for creating some great outreach and education surrounding this bill. The way we understand it and look forward to it is that this is going to remove some regulatory uncertainty that our members don't really like to live in. And primarily it is because for some of these communities, the outflows in question are actually in some well-established and long-standing developed areas. And so the result of having them deemed non-conforming as a result of any EPA changes would be quite harmful to our operations. The general sentiment that I've received from most municipal officials that I've spoken to is that this is not going to change their operations and that we would happily support it. And so I can conclude my remarks there. Let's give you back some time and thank everybody for taking the time to consider a pretty important way to preserve the operations that are currently in existence. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Neil Goldberg? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning. Good to see you. And welcome, Nick Bennett.
Thank you so much, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the ENR committee. It's very nice to see all of you. I don't have much to add to Mr. Goldberg's testimony and Mr. Kavanaugh's testimony. I guess I should say that I'm Nick Bennett. I'm the staff scientist for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. We support this bill. It resolves a dispute that's been going on between EPA and DEP for close to 6 years now, which is too long. And it's interfered with the ability of DEP to enthusiastically support some needed upgrades from Class A to AA in streams where the higher classifications are being met. And it also addresses concerns where there are some discharges that predate, long predate the issue between DEP and EPA. So for all of those reasons, we think this is a good solution to a longstanding issue. We appreciate DEP's outreach to us and to others on their approach to solving the problem, and we would urge the committee to vote ought to pass on the bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions for Nick Bennett this morning? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
And we'll move on to Paul Towle. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. My name is Paul Toll. I'm president of the Heuristic Partnership. And we're basically an organization in Northern Maine that focuses on economic development matters and community development matters as well. I'd like to, I submitted written testimony. You can review that hopefully. But I'll just hit on 4 of the primary economic drivers I think that this bill supports. We've got a tough challenge up here in Aroostook County, attracting new investment and sometimes even retaining our current businesses as well. So this is an opportunity, I believe, if this bill moves the control back into Maine DEP instead of where it is now with EPA, which really isn't as in tune with what's going on for both the environment and economic development in Maine. So that's a good thing. So 4 of the areas I'd like to hit on in the Ashland area, specifically with the Aroostook River and the Machias River, are the Ashland Area Economic Development Corporation recently purchased a $120,000 94-acre tract on an industrial site that used to be a forest products manufacturing facility, and has done considerable environmental assessment work to prepare that site for what it used to be, forest products manufacturing. And so this bill would certainly get rid of some of that uncertainty with which they currently operate. Tyler Player is an entrepreneur on that site already. He's already developed a new environmentally focused product line, BioBricks, and he's got another product line he's going to bring online pretty soon. He's been working with Maine DEP on that one as well. Across the river on the Machias is Aroostook River, and toward the Machias River, another AA classified waterway. Is we've recently had some success there with an NBRC grant through the development of it's the market development on the east coast of the United States for structural round timber manufacturing. Another exciting new mass timber product line that goes to carbon storage and environmentally sound use of our forest products. So excited about that. And then we've also recently partnered with the Ashland Area Economic Development Corporation, partnered with University of Maine, the For Maine Initiative, and Maine Development Foundation, and are part of one of 5 former mill towns that are part of a $500,000 EDA award to further develop the potential, in the Ashland's case, for an energy park using biomass. So this is, if successful in phase 2 of this could be a $100 million grant coming to the University of Maine, of which Ashland will be part of. So these are some of the things that finally resolving this issue could bring to light for economic development, and we really hope that you vote in favor of passing this bill.
Thank you so much for your comments this morning. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. And next is Arkin Horn.
Yes,
Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Senators Brenner, Senator Bennett, Representative Ziegler, Hanley, Grumlick, and others, as well as the folks from the ENR. Thank you for having me on. My pleasure to speak on behalf of Daquam Lumber. Daquam Lumber is a lumber manufacturer located in Masardis, Maine. Our 460-acre facility is located on the banks of the pristine Aroostook River. The LD 1801, which the company is in favor of, is important to remove the regulatory uncertainties that may prohibit stormwater runoff from our facilities. Given our locality from the riverways, the potential here is something of interest to the owners and principals here at Dacquam Lumber. We do thank the Maine DEP for sponsoring LD 1801. There's always been a partnership we've had with those folks, and they've been very much a reason for our success here in our past 45 years of this location. I myself am the controller for Dacquam's Masardis operations. In my role here, I'm always looking at assessing risks and evaluating those things and making sure that our owners are fully informed and capable of making decisions on that. A little bit about Dacquam. We're a manufacturer of spruce and fir dimensional building lumber. We produce about 100 million board feet a year, and to the layperson, that's about enough to make about 6,000 homes on an annual basis. Our products are asked by name and are shipped throughout the eastern United States and as far south as Florida and west as Missouri. We employ 125 people. We work with a number of vendors, 200 or so, that supply us with raw materials, timber, services, machine parts, and such. As well, we serve about 65 wholesale distribution companies that are located in Maine and throughout New England. As I said, the importance of LD 1801 is to remove risk. We are a substantial operator in this area. Beyond testifying for the continuance and stability of our operations, I'm also testifying on behalf of our business partners. And what I mean about that is the sawmill industry, or the forest product industry, is a very set of concentric circles, if you will. We impact pellet manufacturers, paper manufacturers, animal feed manufacturers, because the byproducts of making lumber are the chips, sawdust, waste, shavings that are the raw materials to other industries that are very important to the state of Maine as well as the sawmill industry. In their behalf, we need to make sure that we sustain our operations, our continuity, the level of production we have. But we are also the reason for their success. As well, operating in a rural community, as much of the mill towns in the state of Maine that I've had the pleasure of traveling throughout the state. Mills are located near riverways. Traditionally, they were the travel ways for timber and such, and personnel, supplies. As well, they're located in rural areas where small towns have become dependent on them. As far as Dacquam's location here in Masardis, we account for over 40% of the tax base. So we're a leading employer, a leading property taxpayer, in the center of commerce, and I think prosperity as well in the Northern Maine region. And I thank all the others that have spoken on our behalf. I thank the committee for listening to our concerns, and if I can answer any questions, I'd be pleased to do so.
Thank you so much for your time this morning and your comments. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and last but not least, as far as folks that have their hand raised, welcome, Patrick. Good to see you.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. Good to see you and the committee. My name is Patrick Strauch. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Forest Products Council, here to testify in favor of 1801. It's really a Me Too testimony, so I'll be brief, but we certainly appreciate Representative Ziegler sponsoring this bill that'll enable several of our businesses to maintain their stormwater discharge permits. You heard from Dacquam Lumber and Paul Toll about the Ashland area. I think Robbins Lumber has submitted testimony there on the St. George River, and we're certainly appreciative of DEP working with EPA to create a modified exemption to to narrow the scope and allow these businesses, which had formerly been permitted, clarity and moving forward. So we are really appreciative of DEP working with EPA to do this. We think that it's an example of working through the conflicts with wood manufacturing facilities located near these important resources. It's consistent with protecting water quality while supporting economic growth in rural regions of the state. And we encourage you to approve this legislation. And I'd be glad if you have unanswered questions, to research that with members and bring you back answers as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Patrick Strauch this morning?
Thank you.
Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
You bet.
That is the last hand up that I see to testify on behalf of 1801. Is there anyone else in the, oh, there's one more person. Okay, so if you're here to speak in favor, raise your hand and I'll bring you over. And if you're here to speak in opposition, raise your hand and I'll bring you over. And if you're here to speak neither for nor against, raise your hand and I'll bring you over. All right, first is Don Tardy and then is Emily Cole Prescott.
Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
And thank you for having me. Honorable Senator Brenner, Honorable Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Good frosty morning to all. My name is Don Tardy, and I currently serve as president of the Ashland Area Economic Development Corporation and provide testimony in support of LD 1801. Passage of 1801 is extremely important to our corporation's efforts to revitalize the industrial forest sector in our region of Aroostook. In the interest of time, I'd like to highlight my testimony and hopefully generate time for your questions. AEDC has been in existence for almost 2 years with the specific mission to put Ashland back on the map as it relates to forest economy. Less than 1 month after acquiring a former lumber mill site, our corporation was informed that EPA Boston would be changing the stormwater exemptions for discharge within the Aroostook River, thereby denying our ability to discharge stormwater from our site. Needless to say, this development put our initiative into a tailspin, as we not only would have unrecoverable costs on our project, it also impact the current and new projects undertaken within the watershed. Other important historical facts are provided in my testimony. Moving forward, it's important to note that our site is not operational at this time, and that our corporation has been successful in securing funding for the Maine Development Foundation to secure a highly engineered stormwater discharge proposal for our industrial site. Processing of the request for proposal will be contingent upon LD 1801 being approved. Passage of 1801 will allow our corporation to pursue investors on our site while allowing other industrial sites to continue and expand operations. Therefore, your vote ought to pass on this important LD for the future vitality of our region in northern Maine is critically important. We wish to thank Brian Kavanaugh and the department for negotiating workable solutions to the EPA in Boston on the change of Class A and SA water discharge regulation. I'd like to now turn it back to you, Madam Chair, for possible questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much. Does the committee have any questions for Don Tardy? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And next up is Emily Cole Prescott.
Thank you for having me to testify here in support of LD 1801.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the ENR committee. My name is Emily Cole Prescott, and I'm here today from Maine Water Environment Association, MOWEA, for the Government Affairs Committee. Maine Water Environment Association is a nonprofit all-volunteer association of over 650 members that represent fields of water quality professionals, wastewater treatment plant operators, sewer collection system operators, utility system administrators, engineers, suppliers, contractors, stormwater system operators, regulatory officials. The mission of MOWEA is to support and enhance Maine's water environment and community throughout promoting training opportunities, balanced environmental policy and practice, and education and collaboration with the public to protect and enhance our water systems and resources. MOWEA really appreciates the Department of Environmental Protection submitting this bill, and as noted in the bill itself, its purpose is to provide more regulatory certainty around the legality of existing stormwater discharges into Class AA and SA waters. Our Stormwater Committee took a pretty close look at this and found that if LD 1801 does not pass, it could significantly impact negatively some municipalities with existing stormwater outfalls that have been in existence for quite some time. So to keep things short, we support LD 1801, which if passed would provide more regulatory certainty. We thank the DEP for the time and effort putting this forward and working with the different committees to see this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there questions for Emily Cole Prescott? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. Okay, and then this will be the last call for folks in the attendee space that are here to speak neither for nor against, in favor or opposed to the legislation. Going once, going twice. All right, and with that, we will close our public hearing on 1801. Yes, Senator Bennett.
And Madam Chair, just before we do that, I just wanted to, would it be appropriate for me to request particular information for work session?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it would be helpful to me if the Department of Environmental Protection could provide a map of the affected areas, because I was reading the legislation and trying to understand what, between this place and this place, that will be exempted, and it's not really clear what they are. And also, there's a number of these areas are exempted because of grandfathering. I know, terrible phrase, Madam Chair, but I wanted to see if we could get an understanding of which are due to that and which are being narrowed up in their scope. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Dan, did you get all that?
Yep.
Any clarifying questions?
I would defer to DEP who the information is being asked of if they're still around, but I can follow up with them later.
Okay, great. Mr. Kavanaugh is still here, but I will, I'll let the two of you connect about that. All right, and with that, we'll close our hearing on 1801 and we'll move forward to a hearing on 1809. And at this time, I'm actually going to pass the magic wand over to Representative Tucker to take over as chair so that I can present 1809.
Thank you very much, Senator Brenner. We are here this morning to open a hearing in LD 1809, an act to allow exemptions to the height limitations under the shoreland zoning laws. And I'd like to recognize the sponsor of this bill, Senator Brenner.
Thank you so much, Representative Tucker and honorable colleagues at the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. As you know, I'm Stacey Brenner, Senator Stacey Brenner, and I represent Senate District 30, which includes Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton. I'm before you today to introduce LD 1809, an act to allow exemptions to the height limitations under the shoreland zoning laws. This bill seeks to propose a solution to the conflict between the height limitations set forth for non-conforming buildings in the shoreland zone state minimum guidelines and the requirement to elevate buildings under floodplain management standards. This issue was brought to my attention by the Town of Scarborough's zoning administrator, who is also here to share testimony with us today and answer questions. New FEMA flood maps, which will take effect next year, will increase the base flood elevation by more than 5 feet in certain coastal areas, such as Scarborough. Under current Maine law, homes must be made compliant with floodplain management requirements, which often requires the lowest level of a home to be at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation. Here's where the conflict comes in. Under existing law, homeowners can only raise their homes so much. In order to comply today, they would need to raise the home off the ground but lower the roof in order to stay under that maximum height, which is extremely costly, in addition to reducing living space of the home. This bill proposes to alter the definition of height in Maine statute and also allow for certain exemptions to be made to existing non-conforming structures located in the area of special flood hazard in order to be consistent with local floodplain management elevation requirement. In no way is this an attempt to degrade shoreland zoning protections. This bill is a way to balance a homeowner's ability to protect their asset and for the town to be able to see these properties change hands and continue to provide property tax revenue to the municipality. Thank you for your time. And I would mention that Brian Longstaff from the Town of Scarborough's Code Office, in addition to Nick Livesey from the DEP, will be here speaking after me and will be able to answer any more technical questions that you might have. But I'm happy to try and answer any from the start. Thank you.
Any questions for the sponsor, Senator Brenner? Okay, let's see now. I don't see Nick Livesey yet on.
I just promoted him. And let's see, Mr. Goldberg.
There's Mr. Livesey.
Yeah.
I'd now like to recognize from the DEP, Mr. Nick Livesey. Go ahead, you're on.
Thank you very much, Representative Tucker and Senator Brenner. I guess we get to do you in reverse order today since it's the Senator's bill. Committee members, it's great to be back for another session. I'm Nick Livesey. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Land Resources at the department, and I'm here to speak in favor of LD 1809 today. You've heard some of what I'm about to say from Senator Brenner, but I'll reiterate. The Shoreland Zoning Act sets the framework for local shoreland zoning within all municipalities in Maine. The act helps protect environmental quality as well as the public use and enjoyment of important natural resources. These include our rivers, lakes, great ponds, as well as the ocean. Among the standards established in the Shoreland Zoning Act are those related to the location and the height of structures. The National Flood Insurance Program, this has its origins in federal law and applies to many of the same areas within Maine as shoreline zoning. Municipalities that participate in the federal program must adopt and enforce floodplain management measures. This is typically done in the form of a floodplain management ordinance that comply with federal standards. The department has observed that the existing shoreline zoning limitations on the height of structures may result in a scenario where it's impossible for a property owner to comply with both shoreline zoning and floodplain management requirements. Property owner needing to raise the structure to satisfy the local floodplain management ordinance may be prohibited from doing so by the shoreline zoning height limits. LD 1809 resolves this conflict, and we believe it does so in a way that's faithful to the objectives of shoreline zoning. The bill retains the existing height limits, but within areas of special flood hazard, and those are basically the 100-year flood zone, adjusts how the height of a structure is measured. Instead of measuring from the ground to the peak of the roof, the height is measured from the bottom of the sill of the structure. This allows post or flood resistant foundations consistent with the National Flood Insurance Program to be added under a structure without counting against the height limit. Where a structure is non-conforming because it is located closer to a water body than a new structure would be allowed today, the bill makes clear that if a structure is elevated to be consistent with the floodplain management requirements, the structure must be moved back to comply with the existing setback requirement to the greatest practical extent. This requirement to move back already applies to non-conforming structures when a foundation is added, as well as to non-conforming structures that are reconstructed or relocated. So this is not a new concept and is a core component of shoreline zoning and is retained by the current bill. As sea level rises and storms intensify, flooding is an increasing risk. Ensuring property owners have the ability to protect their property and take steps consistent with the National Flood Insurance Program and local floodplain management ordinances to adapt and prepare is as important now as it's ever been. Equally important is the continued implementation of sound shoreline zoning. The department believes LD 1809 strikes the right balance. So we're supporting this legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have now or at work session.
Questions from the committee? Anybody have a question? Representative Ziegler.
Yes, and thank you, Nick, for being here today. My question is, will we be reviewing this in the future, looking at future modeling of what will happen in the floodplain? Is this just an interim correction, or do you think this will handle what may come in the future?
I think that this bill addresses fairly narrowly a problem that we're facing right now with respect to this conflict between structure height and elevating a structure conceivably to deal with the local floodplain management ordinance. I don't see this as, well, there's a much bigger discussion that's going to be had with respect to shoreline zoning, I anticipate, and where structures should be located and what the sort of public policy approach ought to be. So I don't see this fairly narrowly tailored bill as having much of an influence on that broader discussion. It's sort of an immediate near-term fix, but there's obviously a much bigger discussion forthcoming. Is that where you're answering that correctly? I want to make sure I'm getting to what you're thinking about.
Actually, yes, you did answer. Essentially, this is a short-term issue, and that we need to really review both the infrastructure of support for these houses and the resiliency of the coast going forward. So yeah, you did answer it. Thank you.
Next question from Senator Rick Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Livesey, Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Just curious, how frequently do the 100-year flood maps change these days? Because you mentioned there's increasing volatility, and I just wonder, the edges of those lines would be shifting a lot, I would think, from year to year. It might even occur during the pendency of a permit, possibly. I don't know. I'm just curious as to what is the volatility there?
So FEMA updates their maps periodically, and I was doing a little research on this. I'm not the FEMA expert. I think they're supposed to be reviewing them every 5 years, but as a practical matter, that is absolutely not what occurs. Somebody was indicating to me that there's some communities in southern Maine that have been working on their updated map since 2003. So that's well over 5 years. So the maps change, the base flood elevation information changes. Based on what we know, I would expect that in most places that elevation is going to go up, not down. So the maps change, but they probably don't change. There's probably a bit of a lag if that's what you're wondering about. And my understanding of the science is that in recent years, the 100-year storm event is occurring with greater frequency. So what one thought of as a 100-year storm, 20 years ago might be different than today.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee?
There's certainly opportunity. I guess I'll just Senator Bennett to the way that this bill is sort of drafted right now is tailored to allowing a particular property owner to make sure that they can elevate a structure to be consistent with whatever the local floodplain management ordinance is. There's opportunity for building in a little bit of a buffer, if you will, in recognizing that there may be a lag. So there might be an opportunity to allow somebody to increase their structure to a certain, X number of feet above base flood elevation. And then hopefully if there is a lag, that buffer sort of protects the property owner in the interim while the maps are updated.
Follow-ups or further questions? Thank you very much. Are you going to stay on the panel for a few minutes?
I have no control over that, but you do.
If you don't mind sticking around just in case something comes up.
I'm happy to.
In the hearing. I'd now like to recognize a proponent, Neil Goldberg from Maine Municipal Association. Following that will be Brian Longstaff. And I'd like to address everyone in the attendees list and ask if there's anybody there who plans to testify either in favor of this bill, opposed, or neither for nor against. I'm just looking for planning purposes, and I see none. Thank you. Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Representative Tucker, Senator Brenner, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Again, my name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony in support of LD 1809 on behalf of MMA. LD 1809 corrects the existing conflicts that we've all discussed already between federal floodplain maps, state shoreline zoning requirements, and local ordinance. In the past, these inconsistencies have created some confusions and problems for municipal officials and property owners alike. In conversation with municipal planners and code enforcement officers, I've heard that there has been some struggle with administering these, multiple sets of conflicting regulations. And this legislation provides some good detail to clarify some of those inconsistencies. Specifically, how are we going to measure height and how are we going to incorporate these federal floodplain standards into our local shoreland zones? During those conversations with municipal officials, some new questions did arise, which have actually just been asked by members of this committee. Some of those questions include, how frequently are these maps going to be updated, and will we constantly be adapting to those updates? How tall will these buildings eventually be allowed to stand? I think in some areas where there are relatively low zoning or height limits already, adding 5 feet or 6 feet becomes quite a large percentage increase. And that does change the actual development or aesthetic in an area. And so the question arose from a few officials, which is it worth setting a maximum amount that a building could be elevated or stilted? If this truly is a short-term fix, that may not be worth the time of this committee or the legislature. However, if we're going to rely on this process repeatedly, we wonder, will these buildings be elevated over and over and over again? Additionally, the floodplain area, the footprint of these 100-year floodplains will increase and impact more and more properties. Those are some of the concerns. However, we support this legislation from one large point, which is the insurability standpoint. Property owners, residents, municipal governments, both deserve to have the peace of mind that they can insure their property and that their property will sustain a 100-year flood. And for this reason, we feel obligated to offer our provisional support for this legislation. So we thank you for taking the time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Thank you, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Mr. Brian Longstaff to please address us.
Yes, thank you, Representative Tucker. and Senator Brenner and committee members. I very much appreciate the work that Mr. Livesay and the floodplain coordinator Sue Baker have put into crafting this, as well as Senator Brenner's work on this. This has been an issue that's been perplexing for some years. And I won't go back and reiterate. I think everyone stated exactly what I put in my written testimony to some extent. So I don't want to take the committee's time by reading that written testimony, which I believe you have. But I would like to address one question that did come up, and Mr. Livesay did address it. I'm still working with 1985 flood maps. Those are the effective maps. The new FEMA flood mapping or remapping has been ongoing since well into the early 2000s, and we still don't have effective new maps because of several FEMA issues. So it doesn't happen very often, but what we are going to experience in several of our coastal areas, and I know other communities in southern Maine are going to have the same problem, is that we're seeing a base flood elevation rise of over 5 feet. So when you have a structure that's already maybe 20 feet tall, or maybe it's 22 feet tall, or maybe it's 18 feet tall, and you want to raise there, you have to raise that structure because of other regulatory requirements by 4 or 5 feet, you're going to break that ceiling, 20 feet or whatever the regulatory ceiling that the current shoreline zoning ordinances or guidelines place on that structure. So this is going to be a great help to code enforcement officers who have scratched their heads and wondered how to advise people who are doing improvements to their non-conforming structures, which they should have the right to do, obviously, in a safe manner. And it does help the insurability of that structure. It helps the town maintain that tax base. And it also increases the predictability by which a homeowner who may be buying very valuable coastal property, paying very high taxes on that coastal property. And it's not just coastal, it could be around a lake, or it could be riverine properties that also inland that have these same issues. So it's not just a coastal issue, it can be anywhere. But I really do appreciate I think this is a wonderful solution, the way that the bill has been drafted. I do recognize that, yes, maybe a maximum height limit would be a discussion point, but I don't feel that it's necessary at this time, because I don't feel that the flood maps are going to change substantially in the next probably 10 to 15 years. There may be requirements to review them every 5 years. It's very unlikely that FEMA is going to take the money or spend the money to do remapping exercises in that shorter period of time. I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify anything that was in my written comments or testimony for the board, and I do appreciate the board's consideration of this bill and the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Would anyone have a question for Mr. Longstaff? I have a question. Mr. Longstaff, you work with the town of Scarborough, correct?
That is correct.
About how many non-conforming, how many structures on non-conforming plots do you have that would be affected by this change? And in conjunction with that, will a bill like this, which would make it easier to get insurance for a structure like this, encourage a wave of development along the shoreline of beach structures being put up on stilts?
Those are good questions. I don't have exact figures. I can tell you that, for example, in the Higgins Beach area, if you're familiar with that coastal community, along Shipwreck Road, I would say 75 to 80% of the structures are non-conforming with regard to setback and height. So that would be a coastal community that would be devastated. Pine Point, probably more in the neighborhood of 50%. Many of those structures had already been improved in those areas under the old guidelines for shoreline zoning. We were one of the communities that adopted the 2015, the most recent state guidelines for shoreline zoning. I believe that this height limitation that was imposed in those 2015 guidelines is probably the reason why some communities have not yet adopted the latest shoreline zoning guidelines, which is a separate discussion entirely. But I think with this legislation, it won't necessarily encourage wholesale development. It will allow people to be compliant with the National Flood Insurance Program when they do substantial improvements to their property, which could be anything that requires permits, such as electrical work, plumbing, roofing, doors and windows. It's not necessarily that they're increasing the size or the footprint of these structures. It simply means that they may be doing improvements that are 50% or more of the cost of the market value of the property, of the dwelling. And that's what triggers substantial improvement and requires them to elevate that structure. It's those structures, as I say, if they're already 20 feet or 22 feet, and now they're required to raise them by 5 feet, that's going to be a problem.
You might not know this, but is qualifying for federal flood insurance something that is subsidized by the federal taxpayers?
Yeah, that's probably getting a little above my pay grade. The National Flood Insurance Program has been subsidized by taxpayers for years. However, the National Flood Insurance Program is now going to a market rate insurance premium. They do that by increasing your premium over up to 15% a year until it reaches that market rate. The reason they're doing that is so that they can become solvent again, because some of these major storms have kind of raided the coffers. And so they are changing the way that National Flood Insurance is provided and paid for. And the main way that they help that solvency is by making sure that there are fewer and fewer repetitive claims. By elevating a structure, you're then reducing the number of repetitive claims that people are filing for that flood insurance. So the motto for the National Flood Insurance Program is move them back and lift them up. And that's what we're trying to allow to happen.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Longstaff, for being here today. I know when Senator Brenner asked me to co-sponsor this bill, I went immediately to our code enforcement officers and spoke with them, and they also were all in favor of this measure. I guess my question I'm wondering, do you anticipate any issues with abutters when folks do raise the heights of their buildings? Do you see that being any kind of an issue?
It's possible. I can tell you from my 22 plus years of experience, abutters have problems with just about everything. It's not limited to the height of the structure. The irony of the thing is that they'll probably also have to elevate their structures. There's probably a good chance that they'll be in the same boat at some point. So what I like about the way that this legislation is drafted is that it only allows you to at least as it's drafted right now, it only allows you to elevate that to the minimum amount necessary to comply with the flood insurance. So it's really a must do kind of thing. It's not a I want kind of thing. It's a must do. I need to elevate my structure in order to get flood insurance or in order to maintain my standing with the flood insurance industry. So it's no more than what is necessary. And I think if you look at the shoreline zoning regulations, they're really crafted that way. No more than what is necessary, so that we lessen the impact to the environment, to the resource. And I feel like this is a real good marriage between those two pieces of regulation, the shoreline zoning and the floodplain. So yes, to answer your question, I'm sure there will be some objections from abutters but no more so than someone applying for a variance to elevate a structure, which is going to be very difficult, by the way, for anyone to do, because you have to, in order to get a variance in the shoreline zone, you have to show that there's no reasonable return on your property, which is a very tough test to meet. So this is really, I think, going to be very helpful.
Representative Dudera, do you have anything further?
No, thank you, though. I'm all set.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Longstaff.
Thank you.
Let me make a last call of the attendees. I'm going to take a look at the chart here and see if there's anyone else out there who's arrived late who wants to testify on this bill. I'm rolling it up and down. I don't see anyone. Very well. I guess that concludes our hearing for today on LD 1809, an act to allow exemptions to the height limitations under the shoreline zoning laws. Thank you very much. And I want to pass the gavel back to Senator Stacy Brenner. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And with that, we will go ahead and open a public hearing for LD 1826, an act to create a subcommittee to the Interagency Task Force on Invasive Aquatic Plants and Nuisance Species to recommend ways to reduce the threat of further infestations. And with that, I will invite in the bill's sponsor, Representative Hassan Fuss. So I'm going to promote Representative now. Welcome, Representative.
I appear to be muted there. Hang on just 1 second. Let me try to undo that.
Sure.
Okay. Can everybody hear me all right now?
We sure can.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and the distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. It is nice to be back in front of a committee again. I see that the
Representative, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you able? Oh, there you are. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
I see that as always, we're still having that the Zoom technicalities and the little spiral of waiting there. But thank you. I brought this bill forward because it's something that's very important to my community here. We currently have one of the a substantial infestation in one of our largest inland water bodies in our district. We have 3 invasive species actually in our water bodies. And every year we kind of cross our fingers and hope that this is not the year that something goes up and this is not the year. And unfortunately, the last few years, things have been popping up faster than it can handle. And it's of such concern that all of the area, towns, which would include Winthrop, Reedfield, Monmouth, Manchester, and the budding areas sort of next to Augusta, kind of got together and said, what can we do to help prevent our lakes from invasive species? The immediate threat, of course, is the milfoil, both variable leaf and Eurasian, but any invasive species can be catastrophic to any main water body. And that's what this bill is designed to do. Now, just to walk you through the bill language a little bit, back in sometime around 2000, 2001, there was a task force that was put together through the legislatures. The task force on invasive aquatic species, and they were tasked with developing plans to prevent the spread of milfoil, of water mussels, and anything else you can think of, invasive fish, things like that. And they've done a wonderful job. For the last 20 years, Maine lakes have been relatively safe. But it seems like now we've kind of reached a turning point where it seems like every year there's more and more lakes that are either severely threatened or actually become infested. I know right here in my district, Ambescook Lake had a variable leaf infestation a few years ago, and Cobbessy Lake currently is the only freshwater public lake to have Eurasian water milfoil, and it's also got a new invasive species to Maine, is European frogbit. Now, I'm not the expert in these invasives, and so I will leave that to some of the people testifying after me. They know much more about the science, about the plan on how to address them, what to do. But I brought this to the legislature because I think that the legislative branch, in conjunction with the executive branch, should work together and address this issue. You'll hear from some of those testifying after me that this bill may not be needed, that there's already the legislative framework to put plans in place. However, I think given the dire situation that Maine lakes are in, I feel that the legislative branch, us as legislatures, should definitely weigh in and say that this is something that we are very concerned about, and we would like to know what to do. Now, I didn't submit a bill saying we are going to do X, Y, and Z because that is the solution to keep infestations from spreading. And I did, or we're going to do A, B, and C because that's what you do when you have a solution. As I said, I don't know the best way to address this. I have some ideas, and I'm hoping that this subcommittee of the task force can bring back ideas to us as legislatures, to this committee and perhaps the IF&W committee, so that next year or every 2 years, we can review their findings, review the recommendations, and the legislative branch can decide whether or not and what type of legislation can be put forward to help address this. So, for instance, going to the text of the bill, it's tasking the commissioner, which would be the commissioner of the DEP, to put together a subgroup of persons on that task force and persons with relevant experience and expertise. That has pretty much been done. There's a subgroup that's already kind of working through this and trying to put things together. I know you'll hear testimony from both IF&W and DEP that they have a group set up. And I think that is a very good starting place to go. And then it says every year biannually, they will report to this committee. And that's a good time for the legislature to say, this is an important issue for us. And what do we need to do? What should we do? And from there, I think that we can play a role as lawmakers. The end of the text, just is some ideas that we could potentially do. Like, so for instance, methods to expedite and improve the process for treating lakes infested with invasive aquatic plants with newly developed herbicide treatments or vegetation removal process. This potentially is something that we could develop. I know that the treatment methods of old have changed. There's new herbicide treatments that deal with, on a DNA basis. So it's something to look at. Do we need to review rules or legislation for that? There's other ones about requiring, inspecting your watercrafts. Well, we already do require that you can't move plants back and forth, but should we require every private boat launch to inspect watercrafts? What about public boat launch? Things like that. And once again, I said that I didn't feel like I knew enough initially to say, here's what we can do, but there's people who are a lot more well-versed than I am that can tell us what we should do. And then, when we get that report back as legislatures, we can weigh in on that. And I apologize for rambling. I know I didn't articulate myself as well as I would like, but I'm always much better at fielding questions than I am at just preaching. So with that, if there are any questions anybody has, please feel free. And also the persons coming after me are also well equipped to handle a number of questions too.
Thank you so much for introducing the bill. Senator Bennett has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Hasselfuss, thanks for the bill. I share your concern as one who represents the Lakes regions of Western Maine in the legislature, and the invasive species are quite a big problem and getting worse. And we've shown that with attention, though, that we can reverse the trend. So I appreciate that. I'm just a little we already have the interagency task force, and they're charged with doing pretty much what your bill would have them do. And I gather that this is a cry that maybe that's not working so well. So we should get a more focused subgroup working on it. But it's a fairly narrow group to begin with. And I just wonder, sharing your goals, whether what exactly is it about the current agency that you think is not working right, the interagency task force?
Well, I think what's not working right is the role that the legislature is playing. I think currently it's the executive branch and is doing their best efforts, but there's not a lot of playback with us. Partly because we're not experts in the field, and so we don't know what legislation might work really well or where things could improve. I think that there could sometimes be conflict between different conservation agencies and different state government agencies on what ideas might work and what might not work. And I think we're the ones who should decide from a policy perspective what, we want to ask the people of Maine to do, or what we shouldn't ask the people of Maine to do. So I think the recommendations are great from these stakeholders, but ultimately I think when it comes to policy and what, the state do to prevent invasives or to, try to reduce the threats, that if there's any, substantial changes that need to be done or could be done, I think that's for us to weigh in and not necessarily for the departments to determine unilaterally.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for Representative Hanley has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Hasselfuss, for your submitting this bill. I grew up in Gardner. Copsey Stream, Coldstream, Copsey Lake, all these lakes in this area are very important to me, my childhood, my life now. So, but I want to know, have you spoken with any of the members of the current subcommittee, the subgroup that's in existence? Have you had any conversations with them?
Yes, I have. I've had conversations with Jim McFedrin, who is part of the DEP, and he's sort of the head of that from the DEP. I've also had conversations with Tony PA, who is part of the Lake Association's aspect of that. And I've explained to them that this bill is designed to give them the encouragement from the legislature to say that we are very interested in what you're doing, that we think it is very important, and Representative Hanley, especially for, people in our area where Cobbessy Lake is right now extremely threatened. And it's us saying, to the people of Maine that this is very important to the legislature, that the DEP and IFNW is doing a great job. We want them to continue that. And we're tasking them with making sure that they keep us informed, keep us up to date, so that if necessary, we can weigh in with future bills, future plans, and things to do. So yes, I have, and I don't want to usurp anybody's authority with this. As I said, they are the experts, and they're the ones that really, if there's a plan to make this work, they're the ones who are going to do it. But I just think that there should be a role for the legislative branch to make sure that we do everything we can to keep our lakes as clean, so that they're here for generations to come.
Another question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Thank you. Yes, do you know if there's any substantial difference between the existing charter of the commissions that exist or what you're proposing? I mean, are they both going to have the same? I mean, are we duplicating exactly the same abilities and process?
No, it would not be a duplication. I don't have as clear of an understanding as what John McFedrick from the DEP has, but it's my understanding that the interagency task force initially was created, and their role is to do reports for a federal level. I think there's grant money and things like that come back from that. And their focus is not necessarily on, informing the legislature as far as what's happening or, proposed legislation, that sort of thing. And this subcommittee, what it would be doing is saying that you take the task force and all of its, everything that it does, but in addition, have this subcommittee that biannually reports to the legislature on things that are being done, proposed, changes, both regulatory, non-regulatory, and, and proposed legislation. And if there's, disagreement between some of the conservation groups and, some other persons on that subcommittee, then it would be for the legislature to decide what should be done. And we would sort of be the final arbiters there. So no, it's similar, but it is not duplicative, if that makes any sense. And
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Hassenfuss. What it seems to me is really what I'm understanding is that the interagency task force, if they just reported to us in a more concrete way, that would be the answer to what you're trying to achieve with the legislative involvement. Is that not, am I getting that wrong? That's really, we are talking about more communication between the legislative branch and this interagency task force.
In a sense, I think part of the problem is that the task force is clearly defined the exact members of the task force and who will be on that. This legislation is designed to give them the flexibility to appoint a subcommittee dealing specifically with invasive species and what the legislature can do to assist with that. And so they don't, and in addition, I think a number of them are not currently sitting on this group. But so you wouldn't have to have every single member as outlined via statute. You would have a subcommittee that is appointed by the commissioner or commissioner's designee that can be very specific to what we're looking for, and you don't need to involve every single entity that's listed via statute. So it gives the commissioner the discretion to appoint the members with particular expertise there. So it's a little bit different than the task force, but it's still coming from the task force, but as a separate group appointed by them, so to speak.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Representative Hassenfuss? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us. And next we'll hear from, again, from Brian Kavanaugh from the DEP.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee, I'm Brian Kavanaugh. I'm the Director for the Bureau of Water Quality at the Department of Environmental Protection, testifying neither for nor against LD 1826. Maine's lakes, rivers, and streams provide habitat for aquatic plants and animals, drinking water for residents, economic benefits for businesses and municipalities, recreational opportunities, and many additional values. Maine law contains a variety of provisions to protect these resources, including measures that protect water resources from infestations of invasive aquatic species. Threats from invasive aquatic species such as plants, animals, and pathogens will only continue. 2 lakes in central and southern Maine now have 3 different invasive aquatic plant species, and a dense infestation has been documented in interior Washington County. I expect IF&W counterparts have similar observations regarding non-native fish and other animals. Our overarching objective is to reduce the likelihood of infestation as much as possible and respond rapidly to limit the spread when infestations occur. Existing state programs have prevented infestations, and in a few cases, we've been able to eradicate invasive aquatic plant infestations. While we can't prevent all infestations, we need to constantly look for improvements in our spread prevention and infestation management. OD 1826 intends to do just that, but may not be needed given ongoing work by state agencies, lake associations, and other organizations devoted to protecting our inland waters. In May of 2021, the department and the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife convened a stakeholder group to reduce threats from in-state and out-of-state sources of invasive aquatic species. The initial focus of this group is to develop approaches within the existing regulatory framework to develop what we call a clean, drain, dry educational and outreach campaign for Maine. The stakeholder group is seeking ways to prevent introductions with a secondary emphasis on eradication, where early identification provides a realistic opportunity for eradication or long-term suppression to reduce the risk of further spread. While non-regulatory measures are in the initial focus, new legislation or regulation may ultimately be considered by the agencies. The stakeholder group meets monthly and has active subcommittees researching preventative approaches developed in other states for consideration in Maine, developing techniques for behavior change among lake users, and identifying spread risk reduction strategies at boat access sites. Participants in the 3 meetings thus far included representatives from Maine Lake Society, Lake Stewards of Maine, 5 local and regional lake associations, Portland Water District, the Nature Conservancy, Trout Unlimited, Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine, Maine Marine Trade Association, Maine Retailers of America, Maine Bass Nation, and 3 state agencies. Specific initiatives in LD 1826 can be addressed by a combination of the stakeholder group, state agency staff, and the existing interagency task force on invasive aquatic plants and nuisance species already established in statute. The task force met the task force last met in early 2020, then temporarily halted meetings due to COVID. However, the department plans to convene a meeting of the task force this year. In summary, current agency priorities, the stakeholder group, and the interagency task force provide a framework for addressing the components of this bill. Program staff and I are available to discuss at work session the department's efforts in collaboration with other agencies and stakeholders related to the contents of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there questions for Brian Kavanaugh from the committee? Yes, Representative Dudera.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, my video is not on right this minute, but Mr. Kavanaugh, I just wanted to touch base. You said the committee hasn't met since 2020?
Yes. Once COVID hit, it stopped. And my understanding is there are some positions that need to be renewed or replaced at this point.
Okay. I guess I am surprised by this because I bet you all of us probably on this screen that have ponds in our district or own little camps on ponds. This is such a big problem facing the state, and it's a giant economic problem too, because it really affects the value of homes on lakes if they become infected with these species. So anyway, I guess I'm just surprised that you haven't met for such a long time, and just wanted to follow up on that. Even virtually, you didn't meet.
Yes, that's true. And could probably provide additional information on that at the work session if you need to. Staff will be here to discuss that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, I think that would be good if we had any records of meetings and recommendations from this task force for the work session. And I will say that, you know, during the last summer, I put my boat into Cobsey Lake 4 different times, and each time I was inspected going in and out. So there's quite an effective program in process already, which is good news.
Any additional questions? All right, and with that, well, thank you so much for your time again this morning, and we'll move on to Francis Brodigan from the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Am I coming in loud and clear?
You sure are. Thank you for joining us.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Francis Brodigan. I'm Fisheries Director at the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, speaking on behalf of the department, neither for nor against, on LD 1826. LD 1826 directs the Commissioner of Environmental Protection to establish a subcommittee of members of the Interagency Task Force on Invasive Aquatic Plants and Nuisance Species, as well as other persons with relevant experience or expertise in order to make findings and recommendations, including suggested legislation regarding the prevention and management of invasive aquatic threats. Beginning December 15, 2022, the task force is required to report biannually to the department and the Joint Standing Committee of the legislature having jurisdiction over environment and natural resource matters. The committee is authorized to report out legislation relating to the report. Preventing the introduction of all invasive aquatic organisms, including invertebrates, fish, pathogens, as well as plants that threaten the ecology of Maine waters remains an important issue for my agency, one that is also shared by many non-governmental organization partners and our colleagues at the Department of Environmental Protection. Invasive fish introductions actually remain one of the greatest threats to conserving our most vulnerable native fish communities, including brook trout, landlocked salmon, and Arctic char. These native resources not only provide popular angling opportunities, but important economic and cultural benefits. In an effort to reduce the risk from and to manage these new infestations, the department has promulgated numerous laws, permitting, license, registration programs. We've developed response procedures that include one of the only invasive fish eradication programs in the Northeast. We've also provided enforcement compliance through our Maine Warden Service, as well as initiated various outreach campaigns. Many of the highly successful preventative administrative programs managed by the Department of Environmental Protection, including the funding of courtesy boat inspection programs, are highly visible to the public. But some of the preventative and management programs administered by my department are less well known, as they are a little bit less visible to the general public, but certainly no less important in managing invasive threats. Our department works very closely with the Department of Environmental Protection on coordinating preventative and management efforts directed at all invasive aquatic organisms, consistent with both agencies' areas of jurisdiction. Since many of the pathways for infestation are similar both for plants and animals, there's a mutual shared benefit and efficiency realized by engaging a high level of interagency collaboration, as well as exploring meaningful partnerships with vested non-governmental organizations. Maine is fortunate to have relatively few invasive plant infestations and is also blessed with the last stronghold of native brook trout in the eastern United States, justifying continued investments to reduce new infestations, which I know is the intent of LD 1826. Both state agencies share an overarching objective to reduce the likelihood of new infestations and, as much as possible, respond rapidly to eradicate and limit spread, particularly where these threats pose the greatest risks. Existing state programs have prevented infestations and successfully eradicated invasive aquatic plant as well as fish infestations all around the state. While we can't prevent or eradicate all infestations, we do need to be vigilant in exploring new and emerging approaches to provide useful tools to manage risks in such a very water-rich state that supports many water-based public use opportunities that are important for Maine's economy and quality of life. Current ongoing efforts by the two agencies working in partnership with a broad group of stakeholders, including lake associations, water districts, the angling community, marine trade, and watershed management organizations, is focused on improving risk reduction efforts under what is generally referred to as the Clean, Drain, Dry work group. While this active, regularly convening group is focused on the development of new aquatic invasive public awareness and risk reduction campaign, the actual scope of work embodied by the committee's goals and objectives are even more comprehensive and certainly consistent with LD 1826. Furthermore, this diverse group is composed of talented, passionate, frontline people with considerable expertise in all areas needed to navigate the challenges and complexity of managing aquatic invasive threats. I do believe that this broad stakeholder group provides really the capacity and the ability to address risk reduction concerns highlighted in LD 1826. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you might have today, and I'll also be sure to make myself available for the upcoming work session. And with that, I'll open up if there's any questions.
Thank you so much. Anyone on the committee have a question? All right. Thank you for joining us. And we will move on to folks that are here to testify in favor of the legislation. If you could raise your hand in the attendee space and we'll bring you over. We'll start with Tony Pien. Am I saying your last name right?
Close. It's PA.
Yay, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Tony PA, and I help manage the Invasive Aquatic Species Program for the Friends of the Cobbossee Watershed. Thank you all so much for being here today. For the last 20 years, Friends of the Cobbossee Watershed, a nonprofit organization, has been working to protect and improve the 28 lakes, ponds, and streams of the Cobbossee Watershed, which is located in central Maine. When the organization started in 2001, there was one water body infested with invasive aquatic plants. Today, there are 3, and the Friends has spent over $1.3 million on invasive aquatic plant management. Our organization now has 4 full-time year-round employees. We just hired an additional full-time year-round employee. And we hire almost 40 staff during the summer to carry out our education and conservation programs, such as the Courtesy Boat Inspection Program, which has already been mentioned. Much of our efforts are focused on invasive aquatic plants in our watershed, and with the finding of 3 different invasive aquatic plant species present in Cobbossee Lake, which Representative Hassenfuss had mentioned, our operating budget has needed to almost double in just the last 5 years, a significant undertaking for a small organization such as ours. Our ability to build capacity to keep pace with the increased threats to our watershed is quickly reaching its limits, and we need your help. There are several other watershed organizations and lake groups around the state, who you'll most likely hear from today, who are facing the same reality. Maine has a narrow window of opportunity to take action and avoid the fate of many of our neighboring states, many of whom claim an infested lake as a given and not an exception, as it is in Maine. In fact, many of our summer residents and seasonal tourists visit Maine because of our clean, pristine waters that are unlike the waters of their home states. In addition to the infestations already present within our state waters, there are several others right at our doorstep. Currently, there is a disconnect between the work being done on the ground and the policies and regulations that impact the ability to manage infestations. I would like to emphasize this disconnect because the current interagency task force on invasive aquatic plants and nuisance species, although a great group of individuals with vast knowledge and experience, only includes a couple entities who actually participate in on-the-ground efforts to manage invasive aquatic plants in Maine. Organizations such as the Friends of the Cobbossee Watershed bear the brunt of the responsibility for preventing new infestations, finding newly established infestations, and mitigating current infestations, as well as fundraising for those efforts. LD 1826 designates a more focused subcommittee of the Interagency Task Force to review and discuss and recommend methods to expedite and improve the process for preventing and mitigating invasive aquatic species, and will greatly improve action and communication between state agencies and lake groups. In addition, this bill will ensure that issues not addressed in previous legislative sessions will be addressed, and there will be an opportunity to report back to the legislature on our progress. Mr. Kavanaugh and others have mentioned the Clean Drain Dry group that started meeting a couple months ago. And I think that this could be a good candidate for the task force as an appointed subcommittee, but there may need to be a review of the participants and goals. And under this bill, the committee would need to be prepared to report back to the legislature on our agreed upon solutions and actions, which is not currently something that the committee is planning to do. The Friends of the Cobbossee Watershed urges you to vote ought to pass on LD 1826, and I thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you for your testimony. Very nice. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the good representative. Have you personally had contact with the stakeholder group that exists now? And have you corresponded with them? And are you in contact with these people?
Are you talking about the Clean Drain Dry group?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I do participate in that group. So I am currently involved in those meetings. And as I had mentioned in my testimony, I feel like that could be a great candidate for the Interagency Task Force to appoint that as the subcommittee. I would recommend that we sort of take a look at the current participants and the goals that have been set out for that group to make sure that it aligns with the recommendations of this particular bill.
All right. So, I mean, I'm worried about creating a parallel group that's in a silo. And we had all these groups that are in different silos, like ships passing in the night. No one's talking to each other, and they all have the same information and they're all going nowhere. So I want to be careful of that.
I think that's a really excellent point, because I feel like the spirit of this bill is trying to do away with the silos that currently exist and trying to bring more communication and participation from state agencies and lake groups. So I really appreciate that sentiment. And I think that, this particular Clean Drain Dry group that's already meeting, as I said, could be a good candidate for this subcommittee to be appointed.
So you're saying just make the group that exists now the group you want to form as well?
Yes, I think that this could be the subcommittee that this bill is asking for. I would just ask that the current participants and the goals of that group be reviewed before it's actually set out as the actual committee. And the difference between the committee or the group that's meeting now and the committee that this bill is talking about is that there's also the accountability where this group would report back to the legislature at the end, which I think is a very important part of this bill.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? All right, thank you so much for your time. And next up, we have Eliza Donahue and then Susan Gallo. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the committee. My name is Eliza Donahue. I represent Maine Audubon and our 30,000 members and supporters. It's good to see you for the first time this session. As you have already heard, this bill is a call to action. Clean water, free from invasive plants and other invasive species is essential for wildlife. And while it's Maine Audubon's general preference to pursue or address problems through education and outreach, We believe that there are some instances where regulatory measures may be necessary, particularly when the stakes are particularly high. And this is one of those instances when these stakes are very high. As you've heard, this bill specifically allows for regulatory measures to be given full consideration by the existing task force. As I believe you heard specifically from Representative Hassenfuss, this bill would not require the interagency task force to report out legislation. However, it does strongly suggest that legislation be a tool to be considered by the task force, as well as create the opportunity for the legislature to follow and act on the task force's work. I was really pleased to hear from the DEP and from IFNW. I did not have the opportunity to speak with them in advance of this hearing. And I've also been really pleased by the questions that I've heard from the committee so far. It seems to me what is absent from the variety of task forces and stakeholder groups that are already in existence are those two things. The ability to report to the legislature and also a suggestion that legislation may be a strategy to be utilized by the task force or by the existing stakeholder group. I'm looking forward to continuing to follow this conversation and perhaps reach a good solution. You've heard some fantastic appeals already on the real immediacy of this problem and the need to find very specific, timely solutions. So thank you for your time. And maybe I'll also add one more friendly amendment. Wherever this bill moves forward, I think it's implied that the importance of making sure that the Joint Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife perhaps receive this report as well. Their work is integral to addressing this very real problem. Thanks.
Are there questions? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Donahue, I agree with your concerns. I think this is one of these topics where the DEP and the ENR committee has oversight of the problem, but IFNW largely is the ones who have the work to do in enforcement. And I had a bill in, for example, last year that would have promoted the Clean Drain and Dry program, and it was unanimously supported by everybody who testified, except IFNW did testify neither for nor against, and the committee killed the bill with the concern that they wanted to do education first, and I get that, and I've been briefed on the education work from there, but there seems to be something like dropping through the cracks here in this really important policy area, and so perhaps we can work to make this bill fill in some of those cracks so that things stop dropping through them, and I'd look forward to working with you on that, and I do think having some means of legislative oversight is really critical here beyond just legislators throwing in bills when we see something that needs to be done. I think we need to monitor this a little bit better. Thank you. I'd be happy for any comments you have about that, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say that felt like more of a comment than a question, but I'm happy to respond. And I agree with everything that you just said. And I think that when stakeholder groups or task force are created, if there is some kind of nod that legislation may be, but doesn't need to be an outcome, there is a little bit more of an incentive or a strong suggestion that group should discuss legislation at that time. And I think that that's a really good time and a really great work of legislative resources and departmental resources for those conversations about the details of legislation to be discussed by the stakeholders that will be impacted by them the most. So in full agreement with your comments, Senator. Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up, Madam Chair?
A question?
Yes.
Of course you can ask a question.
Do you think, Ms. Donahue, that maybe it's rather than just asking the task force to do something that they haven't done and haven't been meeting to discuss. Do you think it's better to if this is a legislative issue, to have a legislative study committee or a task force look at this instead of relying on this interagency task force?
I'd have to give that some more thought, having been a part of, legislative created groups and others. I'd have to give it careful consideration on kind of the merits of each.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for Eliza Donahue? All right, thanks for joining us. And next up is Susan Gallo.
Hi, everybody. Chair Brenner, Chair Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Susan Gallo, and I'm the Executive Director of Maine Lakes. Our membership organization includes more than 2,500 individual members, supporters, and volunteers, as well as over 80 lake associations. We and our members are dedicated to our mission of promoting, protecting, and enhancing lake water quality, and of preserving the ecological, economic, recreational, and aesthetic benefits of Maine's lakes for all Maine people and visitors. Thanks for the opportunity to appear before you today in support of this bill. I've submitted written testimony by the online portal, so I'm not going to repeat that. Instead, I'll highlight just a few comments here around the most critical question I think that is coming up over and over again, which is why, when there's already an existing task force and an informal working group around this issue, why do we need to formally create this subcommittee? So I just have a few thoughts to share around that in particular. One is that the subcommittee will help ensure that future legislative proposals are cooperative, collaborative, and developed in conjunction with agency staff. Legislative proposals around invasive species have failed in recent years. It was mentioned the Clean Drain Dry bill from last year failed despite overwhelming support. And it all came about, I think, because of sort of disagreement among agencies, among stakeholders, around enforcement and other issues. This subcommittee can help make sure that future legislation that comes before committees has already gone through that vetting process between stakeholders, agencies, and agency staff, and will ensure future success. So, having so many invasive bills fail over the last couple of sessions has really been, in my mind, been part of the need for work like this. And I think this is a really good solution to help us be more efficient in the future with our legislative efforts. We don't want to waste any of your time. We don't want to waste any of our lake advocates' time. Two, the subcommittee will have a focused charge of looking into policy development. So the existing task force, you've heard a lot about that today. It has a pretty broad mandate, and meetings of the task force have typically consisted of reports out on the status of invasives, as well as the status of current funding, programming and funding. They have not historically worked on or discussed policy issues. And as Tony mentioned, the membership of the committee is pretty restricted and is not necessarily the right group to be thinking about future legislative policies. So the subcommittee would open up the membership to more people and just improve the outcome of future legislation. The subcommittee, in part by doing that, the subcommittee will expand the capacity of the task force. So the existing task force has more to do than it has members or capacity. As you heard, the task force suspended meetings in 2020 and 2021 due to COVID. We're happy to hear they're coming back in 2022. But this pause means the task force, which again has a broad mandate, will have lots of work to catch up on existing work, just in terms of what they do to support existing programs and operations. They will not have the time or capacity to delve into policy or the types of issues that this subcommittee is focused on. And finally, while the existing working group that Mr. Kavanaugh mentioned, I'm part of that working group. We are definitely making progress. We have some great working groups within the working group. Moving this group into a formal subcommittee will assure that their work continues, that their work is reported out to legislators, and their work is recognized as a collaborative effort among stakeholders and agency staff. I have been involved with many working groups over my 25 years in the Maine conservation field. I appreciate the good work that these groups do and have seen many successes. I have also seen many situations where working groups produce great recommendations that disappear into the ether for a number of reasons, generally because leadership changes, the administration changes, or department policies and priorities shift. So moving this working group to a formal subcommittee of the existing task force ensures that not only the work will continue, it ensures that the subcommittee's recommendations will come in front of legislators in the year to come, which means that when proposed legislation, if it is recommended by this group, will regarding invasive species, if that happens, then agencies, legislators, and lake advocates will be able to reference the subcommittee's work, see how and why the policy proposal was developed, and hopefully, ideally, move legislation forward instead of having the situation we've had the last few years where despite overwhelming public support, legislation gets stalled. So to close, I just say Maine Lakes encourages the subcommittee to wholeheartedly support this bill. We believe that moving the working group to a formal subcommittee with reporting requirements to the legislature will result in better solutions and actions to reduce the risk of spread and increase the success of controlling invasive species. Thank you so much for your time and attention today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions today for Susan Gallo from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. If there is anyone in the attendee space who's here to speak in favor of the legislation, can you raise your hand? Or neither for nor against? Susan Gallo has a hand up in the attendee space, but sorry,
I don't know how that happened and I don't know how to get rid of it. Sorry.
The only alternative would be if someone came into
I think I can get rid of it. Let me try.
Well, one second, Marianne.
Sure.
Susan, did you by chance share your registration with another individual who might be here to testify who has a different name?
Oh, it might be Adam Zeman who was trying to get on and that was my solution. I'm sorry if I wasn't supposed to do that.
Okay, yeah, no, there's actually two Susan Gallos now with their hands up and you're here. So there must be other people that you shared it with as well. So I think what we'll do is bring them over. And if there's anyone in the attendee space who's here to speak in opposition to the legislation, if you could raise your hand too, so we can be prepared, that would be great. All right, we've got all the Susan Gallos joining us now. Hi there. If you could identify yourself, name, full name, and residence before offering your testimony, that would be helpful.
I don't know if you're speaking to me because there's several Susan Gallos, but I'll go if that's okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. My name is Roberta Hill, and I'm an aquatic ecologist and Director of Climate Change and Invasive Species Programming at Lake Stewards of Maine. I'm also a member of both Maine's Invasive Species Task Force and the Clean Drain and Dry Stakeholder Group. Though LSM, our organization, works in support of Maine's Invasive Aquatic Species Action Plan in its entirety through the strategies of prevention, early detection, rapid response, and management, our flagship program, or at least one of them, is our Maine's Invasive Plant Patrol, through which we have now trained over 5,000 individuals, primarily volunteers, but also state agency staff, professionals, educators, students, and others. And most of the current known infestations in Maine have been found by alert and informed citizens, and early detection is the key to successful response and management. I have just 2 points to add to today's discussion. And I should have said right from the start, and I apologize, that I am testifying today neither for nor against 1826. But my 2 points: one, climate disruption, which is already well underway, both globally and here in Maine, will greatly exacerbate the threat of invasive aquatic species in our state. Studies from the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, and I have provided a citation for this work in my written testimony, predict that Maine is and will continue to be a hotspot for new invasive species introductions, including invasive aquatic plants. One new infestation of one new invasive aquatic plant, not even yet listed by Maine law, has already made it to our state. Its name is inflated bladderwort, and it's known to be present in 2 Maine water bodies. It's my professional opinion that an effort to prevent the spread of aquatic invaders in Maine, as well strategized and heroic as our effort has been, will likely be not adequate to stem the tide of what is coming our way in the years to come. If we're to succeed in preventing our native ecosystems from this onslaught, even more will need to be done, especially in the realm of prevention and early detection. My second point is that there is a great deal of knowledge, experience, creativity, ingenuity in the communities that have been working tirelessly over the past 2 decades to address this threat. Maine is very fortunate to have such a passionate, engaged public, and should do everything possible to avail itself of this vast resource. So thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Roberta Hill. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Susan Gallo, I see you've renamed yourself the real Susan Gallo. That's helpful. Thank you. So I think we have heard from everybody regarding 1826, but if you are in the attendee space and you have a desire to speak on behalf of this piece of legislation, if you could raise your hand. I'm not seeing any. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on 1826. Is there anything the committee is looking for supporting information in advance of the work session from either department? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much, Representative Hassenfuss, for presenting this bill for us. And with that, we will go ahead and move on to our next public hearing. All right. So next up, just before we move on too quickly, I just want to point out that as of this morning, there's over 75 written testimonies. So if you haven't seen them yet, committee, you might want to take a peek on the legislative website. And we did not receive written testimony for Roberta Hill. That did not get submitted. So just that would be helpful if that could get submitted. All right, so moving on to LD 1835, we'll open a public vote. Yes, Representative Tucker.
I just wanted to get your guidance on whether we're going to go straight through with this next bill, or whether you're going to take a lunch break, whether there was going to be time for caucusing at some point. I just was curious. I'll go with whatever. I mean, I think we should go with whatever you suggest, but I just want to know.
Yeah, I think that we had thought that we would go ahead and head straight through. There's a handful of folks registered to testify in favor of this bill. There's no one registered in opposite for this next piece of legislation for the public hearing. So it would be my preference that we just go ahead and move on through, and then I suspect we'll be done close to 1. All right. Thank you for that clarification. So moving on to open a public hearing for LD 1835, an act to amend the laws governing stormwater management to provide an exemption for mountain bike trails. Let's welcome Senator Daughtry to introduce the legislation. Senator, we're going to move you over now.
Thank you. Can everyone hear and see me?
Sure can. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I will jump right in the interest of getting you folks closer to your lunch break. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Maddie Daughtry, and I am the state senator for Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Brunswick, Freeport, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. And I am pleased to support my bill and present it here today, LD 1835, an act to amend the laws governing stormwater management to provide an exemption for mountain bike trails. As Maine's outdoor industry continues to grow, we need to be open and prepared for this emerging sports industry, especially mountain biking. In 2020, mountain biking sales skyrocketed and more people sought out the sport. I don't know if any of you have tried to purchase a bike in the last 2 years, but it is very, very hard. It has absolutely exploded. And it's predicted that the global market will expand 10% by 2027. Therefore, Maine needs to be able to accommodate more and more mountain bikers while protecting our natural resources. The proposed change in LD 1835 is an easy, practical adaptation that exempts certain mountain bike trails from the stormwater management requirements. The existing exemptions to the stormwater regulations already include larger vehicles such as logging roads for semi-tractor trailers up to 24 feet wide. Adding mountain bike trails to this list is a very low impact in comparison. Specifically, this bill requires that even though the trails be exempt from permitting requirements, the bicycle trail project should be built under the ACF best practices and designed to minimize erosion and sedimentation. And I really see this about an equality issue. For me, it seems, if a logging semi-trailer is exempted, something that's much smaller and also, continuing to, build up this economy, I think is something we really want to make sure it's an issue of equality there. Most importantly, the Maine Department of Environmental Protection agrees that this change can be made without a negative impact on the natural resources of Maine. The DEP believes that enforcing the existing regulations of mountain bike trail projects is an unnecessary waste of resources and their time. For example, the current monitoring and enforcement activities on a Carabasset Valley Trail project. The monitoring and enforcement interferes with Maine's ability to receive federal dollars as well and finalize construction of this project and more. Construction delays put those funds at risk and could negatively impact the outdoor recreation economy. At the end of the day, this bill helps promote and protects Maine's environment and recreation economy by removing unnecessary regulations on the construction of non-motorized trail systems. And I personally think it's in our best interest to encourage people to utilize Maine's wonderful outdoors safely and easily while simultaneously supporting a climate-friendly economy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill and present it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Representative Tucker.
Or else you're on mute.
You're mute.
Representative Tucker, we can't hear you. It's not a Zoom meeting until someone's on mute.
Thank you, Senator. You did mention that this would apply to non-motorized biking.
Correct.
The bill says that that there would have to be compliance with another standard, which was for motorized bikes. So I was confused. It has to comply with certain requirements for motorized trails, but your bill would only apply to non-motorized bikes?
Correct. It would, there are those coming behind me who'll be able to say in more detail, specifically from the DEP, about the different portions of the chapter and those regulations that they're fitting back on. But the idea is there is currently an existing statute that does provide for that exemption for motorized vehicles. And it's just saying that these mountain bikes would be fitting into that same camp. And, you know, the point is that they are non-motorized. We do have things such as e-bikes, but those are already governed under a separate chapter of law that, you know, keeps a speed cap and all these other different items. So I did have a question from someone asking, you know, well, isn't that a motorized vehicle? And it's not the same. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that clarification as well. But it's sort of this confusing, what we're talking about is non-motorized, but it's fitting into the exemption that was made for motorized, if that hopefully clears it up as much as mud.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the senator? Yes, Representative Dudero.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Senator Daughtry.
Hello.
I guess I'm just curious, because we had a situation here in this area. We also have a whole lot of mountain biking over at the Snow Bowl. But we had a situation over here in this area where we're trying to do walking trails and ran into some issues. Did you think about including that when you drafted this? Or are you really, because I know there's several areas where the things crisscross here at the Snow Bowl. Many of the walking trails are also mountain bike trails, vice versa. Did you think about including that, or making it narrow the way to go? Thanks.
So this came from the bike cycling community. And so that's where I think, you know, we hadn't even, you know, thought about it for hiking trails, but I think you really hit the nail on the head that a lot of these trails are multi-use and multi-purpose. And so maybe that's something that the committee would like to consider. Again, on this one, I would definitely defer to the DEP, who, you know, lives and breathes this every single day and will know more about it. But I think, you know, it sort of highlights that we're going to have more and more requests as we move more and more things outdoors, and folks are looking for these type of spaces for their recreation, that we do need to make sure that, you know, our laws all match up, that they aren't sort of, you know, antiquated or not connected. So.
Any additional questions? All right, not seeing any. I believe that next we'll be hearing from James Baer from the department. So I'll bring James Baer over. If you're in the attendee space and you're here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand, that would be helpful. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the committee. I'm James Baer. I'm the director of the Eastern Maine Regional Office of the Department of Environmental Protection. As you've heard, mountain bike riding is an expanding sport in Maine, and the demand for more and better trails are increasing. Currently, mountain bike trails are subject to the stormwater management law if they result in 1 or more acres of disturbed area, while many snowmobile, all-terrain, and vehicle and other multi-use trails are exempt. In order to obtain a permit, the developers of mountain bike trails are required to demonstrate compliance with Chapter 500 of the department rules. LD 1835 would exempt mountain bike trails from review under the stormwater management law and the corresponding rule, provided those trails are constructed and maintained in accordance with certain standards. The department has worked with several developers in an effort to permit trail networks under the stormwater management law. This has proven difficult for both the developers and the department staff. For example, one method of treating stormwater runoff is by utilizing buffers. The size, shape, and location of these buffers depends upon the size of the developed area draining to them, the slope of the land in the buffer, as well as the soil type in the buffer. Buffers are required to be protected from future development through deed restriction. During the construction of a mountain bike trail, the location of the trail will likely move one way or another to accommodate microtopography and other features. This results in additional engineering and review. Given the limited amount of impact from these kinds of projects, the level of effort necessary to permit these trails seems unnecessary. This is especially true when compared to other kinds of projects that are currently exempt from the stormwater law. The department has the tools necessary to respond to any given trail that may result in elevated impacts to the environment. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I am available to answer questions of the committee, both now and during any work session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there questions of the department? Yes, Representative Tucker.
So I take it in summary that the department is recommending ought to pass. Is that right?
Recommending what the
This
we're
bill
in
ought to
support.
pass.
Yes, we are in support of the proposed legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us. We do have co-sponsors here who've submitted testimony. Representative Ziegler and Representative Bell, are either of you planning to testify this morning or this afternoon?
I'm going to defer to the committee so we can move along. I'm very much in support of this bill, support of bicycling in Maine. And if you want to read my testimony, it's incredibly well written, and you can do that in your own time and enjoy yourself with it.
Thank you, Representative.
And the same for me. I'm happy to defer at this point, but strongly in favor of the bill.
Wonderful. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to James Tass. Is the E silent, or am I pronouncing it correctly?
If we want to get pure Quebecois about it, it's Tassé, but
Well,
I go by Tassie.
All righty. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Brennan and Representative Tucker. My name is James Tassie. I am the Assistant Director of the Bicycle Coalition of Maine, and this testimony is submitted on behalf of the coalition. The Bicycle Coalition of Maine supports LD 1835 and recommends that the committee issue an ought to pass report on this bill. As the leading statewide organization advocating for access to active transportation and recreation opportunities for all people on bicycles, or on foot for that matter, we support this bill. This bill will make a common sense change to the rules governing enforcement of stormwater policy in Maine by adding the construction of mountain bike trails more than 5 miles long to the existing list of exemptions. Under current Maine stormwater law, any project that creates an acre of disturbed area triggers permitting requirements. About 5 miles of single track bicycle trail creates that acre of disturbed surface. But the localized effect of this acre of disturbed area is, practically very small, as only about, a maximum 6 feet of soil is disturbed at any one point over that linear distance. So I see this bill as, again, a common sense change, because most of the other exemptions in Title 38, Section 420-D to the stormwater permitting requirements are other linear projects, roads and trails of a much larger scale, including, as Senator Daughtry pointed out, logging roads for semi-tractor trailers and motorized trails that are up to 24 feet wide. Adding mountain bike trails to this list is adding a comparatively low impact use. And the bill requires that, even though exempt from the permitting requirements, bicycle trail projects should be no more than 6 feet wide, built according to those ACF best practices, and designed to minimize erosion and sedimentation. And I should also notice that note that mountain bike trail projects in excess of 5 miles long for construction, that doesn't come up that often. Perhaps the most persuasive point that can be made regarding this bill is, as you just heard, the DEP supports this change. Their support indicates that this change can be done without detriment to the natural resources environment of the state. We believe at the BCM that the impact of bicycle trails on wildlife habitat and waterways is also less significant than the current exempted uses. And we note that the bill still requires that all trails be built according to best practices and state trail building guidelines. Acting on this bill in this session is important because, as the senator also mentioned, the project up in Carabasset Valley that is subject to these requirements potentially stand to interfere with the imminent receipt of federal dollars necessary to complete construction. And that was really the genesis of this legislation, is the trail builder up that way. I was wondering if there was a way to kind of move a revision to the regulations for this session so that we could get that kind of nailed down and let the federal money come in to help support constructing trails for the Carabasset Valley region. And as you heard, again, Mr. Byer is in support and with the department. Thinking a little further along the line, passage of this legislation will protect similar trail projects around the state from possible enforcement actions, which are required under the existing statutory language, but that the department believes are fundamentally not needed. There are lots of projects that are kind of in the hopper, some of which might hit that 5 mile threshold. But we are kind of at a golden age with respect to construction of mountain bike trails in Maine right now. And it is a great opportunity to make sure that these trails can be built without additional unnecessary regulation on them, so that we can, as has been pointed out, support a green recreation economy. Encouraging people to enjoy the outdoors on no emission, no noise bicycles on small, low impact trails is good for the environment and the economy. This bill helps support a popular and climate friendly recreation activity in Maine. I hope that you will pass LD 1835 to add mountain bikes to the list of projects exempt from stormwater regulation. I am happy to answer questions now and at the work session. On behalf of the Bicycle Coalition of Maine, I am Jim Tassi. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Does the committee have any questions for James Tassi? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Senator Carney has a question.
Thank you. And hi, Jim, how are you? It's good to see you. I just wanted to ask for your reaction to the suggestion that Representative Dudera made about considering including walking trails, particularly given that walking trails and bicycle trails have a lot of similarities and often are multi-use trails.
Thank you for your question, Senator Carney, and it's good to see you. I've never testified in front of you, I don't think, so it's fun to be at your committee. That question has come up to us a couple times too, and really, the genesis of the bill was a very specific mountain bike problem, but I confess, I believe that the same exemption should apply to any trails that are built for foot traffic as well. I don't know if, it might be possible to make a revision to the to the bill that would add that. I think that would be something we'd want to run by Jim Byer to make sure that he doesn't see any kind of pitfalls with doing that. But in principle, I completely agree.
Thank you.
Representative Bloom has a question.
Thank you. Mr. Tass, did you say that you think it should be an emergency legislation, that we should make sure it goes into effect right away to help get that federal funding?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
That was why the bill was brought forward, immediately, because apparently the time frame is like this spring is when that money becomes available, and the permitting requirements that Mr. Byer was referring to would have pushed the the permitting for the project beyond the window when the monies could be received. And that's why we contacted Senator Daughtry and asked to have this bill submitted ASAP.
Thank you.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, thanks, and nice to see you again, Jim. That said, and I'm reading the bill, the best practices, but if there were a shoreland issue, they should defer not to go into a shoreland protected area. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree, and Senator Carney can tell you I sit on the Conservation Committee in Cape Elizabeth, and we have run into exactly that issue where really saltwater marsh zones and shoreline zones have a whole new tier of regulations, or another whole tier of regulations that anyone building any kind of trail has to abide by. So yes, if there are bigger superseding regs in place that would limit where a trail could go, those would have to be followed.
All right. Any additional questions? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a good day. And next up is Jay Nutting.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
You sure can. Welcome.
Great.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me. My name is Jay Nutting. I'm a resident of Vassaboro. I am a registered lobbyist here in Maine, have been for 20 years, but today I appear before you on my own behalf, simply of self-interest in the bill, being an avid mountain bike rider, especially over the last few years. I was asked to present the testimony for Trevor Mills from the Mid-Coast New England Mountain Bike Association. So I will be doing that today. I'm writing on behalf of the Mid-Coast Maine chapter of the New England Mountain Bike Association to provide a recommendation to the Environmental and Natural Resource Committee to issue an ought-to-pass report on this bill. Mid-Coast NIMA represents the mountain bikers who live or ride in the region ranging from Lincolnville to Port Clyde and the island communities in the adjacent area. Our hub and primary trail center is the Camden Snow Bowl, a municipal owned and operated alpine ski area in Camden, Maine. As Mid-Coast NIMA and other stakeholders have realized the importance of building and maintaining beginner and family mountain bike trails, and have also recognized the importance of the Camden Snow Bowl as a resource for the community and tourists alike, we become acutely aware of the issue that LD 1835 intends to resolve. The inclusion of trails designed for mountain bike use appears unintentional by the legislature's important efforts to manage substantial and impactful earthwork and surface improvements that do have a meaningful effect on stormwater runoff. In our efforts to build new trails at the Camden Snow Bowl for beginners and families, we have been delayed while the town expends significant funds hiring consultants and extensive staff time to develop comprehensive surveys and detailed applications to permit new mountain bike trails. A typical mountain bike trail in our region is only 12 to 24 inches wide, but to make trails accessible without being too steep requires them to be fairly long. This length of trail is required to reduce the grade. So if you think of our topography here in Maine, and I think all of us riders appreciate it, instead of going straight up a mountain, you snake or switch back and forth to gradually make your way up or down the grade. But this creates enough improved area to run afoul of the current stormwater policies, despite the low density and low impact of the trail. Mid-Coast NIMA, our local stakeholders, and the communities we serve all would benefit from the changes proposed in LD 1835. We appreciate the legislature's consideration of this modification that better fits the specific use of mountain bike trails while still effectively protecting the environment. And that's signed Trevor Mills, Mid-Coast NIMA president. And I'll close with that.
Thank you so much. Are there questions for Jay Nutting regarding Trevor Mills' testimony? Yes, Representative Dudera.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Jay, and thank you for testifying on behalf of Trevor and McNemba. I'm just curious, have there been projects that you have tried to do at the Snow Bowl that you were not able to do because of this legislation?
So I'm happy to pass that question along to Trevor and see what the results are. Because that's just something, that's a detail that I'm not familiar with at this point.
Okay, thank you. No worries. I can follow up with him myself. Thank you.
Great.
Any additional questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Next up is Eric Da Silva.
Good morning. Yeah, good afternoon. Members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Eric Da Silva. I work with James Tassi at the Bicycle Coalition of Maine, where I am the Educational Program Manager. I'm also a past president of Penobscot Region, NEMBA, New England Mountain Bike Association. And I'm here today to both express my personal support for LD 1835 and also to read testimony provided by Josh Towses. Josh Towses is from Carrabassett Valley near Sugarloaf, and he is a board member of the Carrabassett Region chapter of NEMBA since 2010. He's also Carrabassett Valley Trails Manager for that region. If any of you aren't familiar with that region, it is probably one of the larger regions in the state, and it really aspires to bring in a lot of tourism dollars during the off season when Sugarloaf isn't pulling for the winter sports. And it's done very well in recent years. So here is Josh's testimony. I am writing on behalf of the Carrabassett Region chapter of the New England Mountain Bike Association, CR NEMBA, to provide recommendation to the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee to issue an ought to pass report on this bill. CR NEMBA was founded in 2010 to advocate for development of a world-class trail riding facility in our region. Working with our partners, the town of Carrabassett Valley, Maine Hudson Trails, and Sugarloaf Corporation, since that time, we have developed a worthy destination, acknowledged as one of the best in New England, with over 80 miles of user-specific trail corridors. This significant resources and expertise expended over this period has benefited users of all ages and abilities, provided significant economic impact to the rural area, and it's have proven to provide a trickle-down effect on visitations to smaller trail networks throughout the state of Maine. Partnering with the State of Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, we strive to fund and develop a new significant expansion of the network into the Crocker Mountain Unit lands of Carrabassett Valley with over 20 miles of modern bicycle trails. Allowing this project and other future projects of significant scope, exemption specifically pertaining to square footage of impervious surface will align our user group with others in the recreation and forest product industries. NEMBA, New England Mountain Bike Association, and the bicycle industry and riders we represent are fortunate, respectful, and enthusiastic around the future of our sport in the great state of Maine. As the product of the northern forest economies are evolving, the vast green spaces spanning private, municipal, and state-owned lands provide opportunity for a diversification unique to the greater region. 2022 finds the industry in an unprecedented growth, providing opportunity for new developments to benefit communities across the state. Not only will this particular rule exemption benefit our own volunteer-run nonprofit organization, we consider it to provide opportunities for other recreational advocates whom choose to professionally develop significant trail resources in the future. Sincerely, Joshua B. Towses. That concludes his testimony. Happy to take any questions from any of you if you have any.
Are there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us and sharing testimony this morning.
Thank you.
All right. And next up, we'll welcome back Neil Goldberg again.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. I'm pleased to be here again. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony in support of LD 1835. As you've heard more eloquently before me, outdoor recreation is big business here in Maine. And for some communities, promoting mountain biking and outdoor rec is a way of economic development for them. In speaking with municipal officials, the development and design of these trails has not presented issues or concerns from the municipal perspective. Clearly, there are experiences in the past of these types of developments being stalled through revisions and the permitting process. And the municipal officials that I have consulted with see no reason for that. It has been explained to me that when mountain biking trails are constructed, designers prefer the ability to be able to redirect small segments in order to run with the land. This is in order to work around unanticipated terrain, soil, or sentiment. Essentially, designers would like to be more environmentally friendly by kind of being able to have some wiggle room around the design of these trails. In consultation with Maine DEP, they believe that it's completely innocuous to exempt these sorts of trails from their formal permitting process. And furthermore, that DEP retains some other authorities to regulate these trails as needed, which kind of brings me to the municipal perspective of importance to MMA here, which is that this legislation leaves the local authority to regulate this land use activity intact. So if, should the event arise that these trails are creating a stormwater concern, municipalities could enact a more restrictive local ordinance. Not that we foresee a need or have had one in the past, but this legislation doesn't take away that authority. And so for this, we clearly would support LD 1835. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Neil Goldberg this afternoon? All right, not seeing any. That is the last hand I have up for folks that would like to come over and testify. If you're here to testify at all in favor of, against, neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand, one last chance. And if you provided written testimony, we will have that in the legislative record. So for now, I believe that's everybody that is intending to testify on 1835. And with that, I believe we are finished with our public hearings for today. Okay, so there's one hand over in the attendee space that keeps going up and going down for Casey Brown. So I'm going to invite Casey to join us to share testimony. And you can decline, Casey, if you're not intending to share oral testimony. Let's see. Okay, I think Casey's coming in. All right, hi there, welcome. Sorry for the confusion.
That's all right. I don't mind raising my hand at all. So thank you. So I'm here today in support of LD 1835. Hello, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Casey Brown. I'm a treasurer for the Greater Portland chapter of NEMBA, and I'm here to support personally LD 1835 and to read the testimony provided by Travis Council, our executive director of NEMBA. So the New England Mountain Bike Association supports this act. NEMBA is a regional organization of mountain bikers with 8 chapters in Maine. Our mission is to promote responsible mountain biking and to protect and preserve the New England trails and open spaces. Every study of the effects of mountain biking around the world have concluded that cyclists are no more of a negative effect on trails or the environment than hikers and far less than horses and motorized vehicles. NEMBA has a reference page for these studies that can be found as part of a link found as part of the documentation provided today. We feel this legislation will address an oversight in the existing stormwater regulations. It will allow mountain bikers' trail projects to be considered the same level as that of other passive recreation trail activities. A particular concern to us currently is the trail project in Carabasset Valley. This project would improve the trail experience in Carabasset Valley's entire trail community. Federal funding for this project is at stake if not a quick resolution to the roadblock is not achieved. Passing LD 1835 will add mountain biking trails to the list of trail projects that are exempt from Maine stormwater regulations. We hope that you will support this. And thank you for your opportunity to comment today. Do you have any questions of me?
Does the committee have any questions for Casey Brown? All right, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we will close the hearing on LD 1835, and a work session will be scheduled for all 4 of these bills that we had public hearing for this morning at a later date. Any comments from the committee before we close for the day? Yes, Representative Tucker.
I think we should award Art Bell the prize for the best background for today. He obviously has spent, he probably got up very, very early this morning to put all that stuff on his wall. It looks very busy and very professional. I want to congratulate him and present him with that award for today. Thank you.
Bravo, bravo. Any additional comments, remarks? Anything anybody will be looking forward to with regard to our work sessions related to these 4 public hearings? More information? All right. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh, wait a minute. Dan has a comment.
Just real quick, remind everyone that we're not meeting on Wednesday, so we won't meet again until next week.
Great. And we won't meet next Monday either because it is a holiday. So it'll be next Wednesday when we gather again. All right. So I believe we had a motion and